KDA? Should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' skirt, Kali got a job, Kali got a word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 든 a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my outfit, 그 문 열지 마 that's a rough day. I'm giving you more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking babe. 부루마법 메사스 monopoly. 눈종이 돈이 나 real money 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. 또 미션 눈을 못대 못해 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so keep going. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it and never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bomb, bomb, blow your mind. Never giving less and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. When I go, it's so dope, get it cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in a mold, I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say, making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA. What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling on my feet. 조용히 몸을 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해요, queen. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so keep going. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it and never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bomb, bomb, blow your mind. Never giving less and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out，感觉犹如海浪的微浪，不断往前，oh you'll never way down. This is how I do it every day. Wow, wow，这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more，准备好就一起走，Give it need more。No, I got it so keep going. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it and never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bomb, bomb, blow your mind. Never giving less and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time.
Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to VCS week number 3, day number 1 here. Zooming along through this 2022 spring split, we're getting through all the wonderful VCS action that we have a chance to bring to you blind folks out there just as often as you possibly can. My name is Rebel Fox, stepping in as I guess host combination, whatever the situation might be. And alongside me today, doing both the analyst work as well as all of the color casting on the day, Mabinogi. Mabi, I see you've been able to take a break from the consumption of arachnids in most general cases. You think I forget, but I simply don't forget these things.
I hate you.
Yes, I am.
We're off to a great start. Where's the other guy? Can he come back?
Yeah, see, unfortunately, there is none.
There is no one.
No, there's no one here to fill the third analyst spot nor anything else. And so today we're just running the casters like old school VCS, the way that it had been for a very long time between Yolway and Carrick's, of course, who both of them have been able to step out today. Now we're kicking things off with a pretty important series, I think, just because we're talking about top of the table teams. Saigon Buffalo's been able to step off to a decent lead over top of the rest of the pack, who currently sit in a 5-way tie for 4th place in that playoff spot, up against GAM, who have been looking like the most electric team in the entirety of this.
Yeah, we're seeing a rematch of the spring finals, and it actually feels like it actually means something this time because Buffalo looked pretty bad in winter, but they seem to have recovered a little bit of form, especially a lot of form, especially in that mid jungle. Shogun is a step up over Ariety, so that whole sort of that 4-man core is very strong. Hasmed's kind of dropped, but it hasn't seemed to be too much of an impact for them. So we see Saigon rising back up to where they were. GAM is scum, and very good to see them come together, and this should be a very good match.
Yeah, in a normal circumstance, we'd actually take you right into the majority of the pregame, but we actually have an opportunity that one of our analysts created a content piece as Professor Yolway has decided to generate some of the content around our number 1 team in GAM and just how crazy that they've been in the beginning of the split. So you're gonna get a chance to watch him go crazy here with the analyst.
Welcome to a new episode of In Hindsight. I haven't done one of these in ages, which I want to apologize for, but here we are. Back where we left off with the most dominant team in the VCS, GAM. After 2 weeks, 3 series and 6 games in the VCS Spring 2022, GAM sits at a perfect 100% win rate. Now, GAM dominating the regular season in every stat and aspect of the game is nothing to be surprised about really. In fact, in the last 5 splits, GAM has finished in 1st place every time, except for the most recent winter split, where they ended their regular season in 2nd place. Even their astonishing early game stats are unsurprising considering their track record. With this split, they have truly reached a new level of domination. Take a look at this beautiful page of green stats. Everything is going GAM's way in the early stages of the game, and with an unrivaled consistency at that. Most noteworthy is the gold lead at 15 minutes and inimitable plus 5077 on average. In the next clips, I want to show how GAM's early game, which has always been very strong, has evolved over the last year to guarantee even greater leads than before. One of the defining qualities of all iterations of GAM since Levi's return in 2019 has been individual excellence. Through the mechanical superiority, GAM was able to dominate games from start to finish. Oftentimes, this quality would also make their games a tad random, as they did not need to plan ahead to create leads. Instead, someone would inevitably find an opportunity at some point in the game to open up an avenue to victory for the whole team. Over the course of the last year, GAM has worked on and refined their efforts as a team in the early game and can now accelerate the game much more consistently, cleanly and efficiently than before, using communication and planning to stress their individual advantages in the lane phase. In the first 2 plays we're taking a look at today, the action is instigated by GAM's bot lane. Much more aggressive, confident and reliable than other bot lane iterations of GAM's in the past years, these two almost always fight for early lane priority. Here, Divkit and B managed to win the first few exchanges and are preparing the wave to crash into the tower. Levi is already pathing towards bot to use the clashing wave as an opportunity to dive. In many games, Levi will pilot a champion that does not bring hard CC pre-6, thus mostly relying on his lanes to set him up for success. In this case, Diana offers nothing but damage, but because of the crashing wave and hard CC brought by B, damage is the only thing GAM need to make the gank work. Good mechanical play ensures a clean dive, and GAM is off to yet another early game domination. In this slightly different play, GAM's botlane is once again positioning themselves extremely aggressively, even pushing the 2v2 to a full-out brawl without jungle intervention. this overextension is backed up by Levi moving towards bot before they initiate the trade, and the full-scale fight forces the enemy team's jungler to intervene, setting up perfectly for Levi to counter in time and turn the tides of the play. Once again, bot lane and jungle communication was crispy clean and allowed for another huge advantage for them. Against Cerberus in week 1, not so coincidentally the team with the strongest 2v2 bot lane, GAM was not able to set up a play in the bot lane. Instead, Levi worked together with Kiai on the Ignite Jace to get an early kill on Pun in the top lane. To put it in Rebel's words, an excruciatingly clean dive. Levi finishes his first clear on the top side, just as Kiai finishes stacking a huge wave about to crash into the tower. Jace and Hecarim bring almost no CC to hold Pun in place, but they know that Pun cannot really afford to move away from this massive wave, thus basically locking himself under his own tower. The rest is once again a cleanly executed dive with almost nothing invested on GAM's side. In fact, this barely even offsets Levi's next jungle rotation. The best early game team in the VCS has added yet another string to their bow. If they can continue on that current trajectory, they might even be able to eclipse some all-time stats for early game dominance. And we could be on the cusp of an era in which the great mechanics of our best regular season team might finally be mixed with correct macro decisions to create an entirely new and even more frightening monster. Thank you for watching this episode of In Hindsight, and remember to keep an eye on every wave hitting a tower in a GAM game. Some jungler might be lurking just around the corner.
Don't you love the analysts here in the VCS English? We do such a wonderful job being able to break down the teams, and I suppose now it is that time where I can shirk some of these duties off onto you, Mobby, because obviously those are usually responsibilities both of us would share, either on an analyst desk or something like that. But I don't have to do that today. I'm play-by-play, and the famous words of Carrick's, "Me have dumb brain, me just speak well." So it's up to you to help us to understand this game.
Yeah, so we've saw a lot of that about how GAM plays their setup around the bot lane, and I think at the back end we had a little bit of just a B montage just popping off on turn Gench, and that is it's really good to see that lane be a strong point for GAM, because that's traditionally been not a lane. It's not really existed. They've relied heavily on the top side, and if they can keep that strength going up, it shuts down what I would say is one of the biggest strengths of Saigon Buffalo, which is that bot lane. That bot lane of Shogun and Taki is probably where two of their best players are in general over the course of the split so far, and it's been a strong point. Now, mid jungle, if we go over to Buffalo as a whole, though, mid jungle is actually, for once, I kind of favor Buffalo, because Cardi's had a rough one. Cardi has had a bit of a rough one this split. Froggy and BJ seem to have found their form and are working together quite well. And I think, that this could be a big launching off point to shore up the side lanes that should be GAM favored. But that's where I'm looking for. Very strong play out of the junglers with support from their mid lanes. These duos clashing, that should be the big focus of this match.
I'm curious how this translates into gameplay for both sides, because on one side you have GAM, who oftentimes they can rely on pretty much any lane to actually accomplish quite a bit, and they've got Levi in their back pocket, as our fantastic analyst also pointed out. The ability for Levi to attack lanes, especially this split, has kind of come online for this team. And on the side of Saigon, obviously, I think BJ's been having a far superior split to what happened in winter, where that's seeming more and more like an enigma than it was actually, anything close to what we see from BJ consistently. And like you said, better performance from Froggy. Maybe this, they can revert themselves back to what happened in the previous spring, where they were oftentimes attacking with that mid jungle into their side lanes, which I know you ascertained perhaps is the one weak point. I'm gonna throw this postulation to you, because I think it's a really important one today, which is Saigon Buffalo's trying to contest for an even place at the top of the table. Do you see them having a legitimate chance at actually beating GAM because of just how well that GAM has played?
I think not, because of one thing that tips it quite over to the side of GAM: top lane. Hasmed's fallen back. Kiaya has stepped up.
Oh,
This
yes.
is probably so far one of the better splits from him, like one of the best
Mhm.
since I've really been paying attention to the VCS. And Hasmed, this is one of your worsts. Sorry, mate. It's been rough, but we saw just the dominance that Kiai could put out on the Renekton in their match against, I think it was Team Flash,
Hmm.
and he just crushed that lane, crushed that whole game, and it was monstrous from him on a champion that shouldn't really be able to keep that snowball going and be that crutch factor throughout the entire game. But he's absolutely killing it. That's going to be the tipping point. The rest, I think, comes out to about even and is very good. That I would normally say Saigon has a solid chance. Top's just too good.
It's it to me is an MVP type performance from Kiaya that he's been having the majority of the split. The competition against Hosmed requires Hosmed to step back up into effectively full form, because right now I remember when I stepped into the VCS for the first time in the back half of the 2019 split, Hosmed was not playing well. In fact, the entirety of Saigon Buffalo was not playing well at the time, even though they had a couple of players that were at least noteworthy. But Hosmed specifically was somebody that everybody had told me, like, oh, he's very good, and continued to have rough play. And this split is looking far too familiar, at least in terms of what we saw from that split from them. So the fear of regression, or fear that this split is a rough one for him, is definitely takes away one of the pieces that Saigon normally is really able to kind of crutch themselves on. We do know at SEA Games, Saigon's been performing excruciatingly well. They've gone undefeated. I'm pretty sure they went even with GAM inside of group and beat every other team. So it's been really solid set of performances that we've seen between both their performance in split and in SEA Games. But GAM is just going, I don't even know a better word. They're playing pretty much perfectly across the board, save for maybe some plays from Kadi. But Kadi, even in the previous splits, hasn't always looked exactly 100% up to snuff. So I'm not sure what insights you can bring further to that. But it's a tough prospect for Saigon Buffalo to be able to step into one of the best teams, especially since we're all considering, at this point, we're even going into the range of like GAM might have a perfect split. I think it would be far and few between you'd find anybody saying anything other than maybe that at this point.
Yeah, I feel like the VCS and GAM in particular are just too volatile to really, for me to say, oh, it's perfect split, 100%. But, and especially because I think Cardi is a very great example of a stepping stone within the context of the VCS as a whole. I'll touch on that a little bit later tomorrow when we see them come all show up and clash. But the sort of a rise of a new crop of mid laners, we had none. We had pretty much none before 2020. The play for GAM to win that split was to just get more top laners and put them in the mid lane. But I think we saw a bit of a stepping stone with Cardi and Glory coming in, and that's elevated Yado and Blazers up. And now we're seeing a new crop come in, and overall the mid lane pool has just elevated. So I don't want to say Cardi's dropped, but the competition's gotten harder. That's me being positive and nice to
Yeah. That's reasonable. I think it's actually within reason to say the entirety of the VCS has gone up in quality, because right now, I mean, we're sitting in a place with 5 teams sitting with a playoff spot in terms of tying for that 4th place, which is very weird to say. In splits past, this basically would mean we have like 5 or 6 bad teams. But this split, it seems actually like we're willing to say things like, okay, we've got a few good teams within the mix. It's just that we have this very weird clustering that's going on between a bunch of our teams that's causing so much issue. So that's at least something to think about as well as we walk into what is game number 1. The draft is going to be kicking off here between Saigon, Buffalo, and GAM. And again, these are 2 of the teams that have confirmed top of the table after only the first 2 weeks of play. We're kicking off the 3rd week of play now. Things aren't changing all that much in front of us for the most part. I know we're patch by patch getting a little bit better. I have to assume we're on 12.3 today. You can never make that assumption, unfortunately, but
I would hope, and we
Yeah.
don't exactly have the graphic telling us, but we're seeing things taken off the board, like the Vargar, like the series still insanely strong. GAM being on the red side kind of has doesn't really have bans of their own choosing. They can't pick and tailor, but Buffalo absolutely can with really heavy target bans towards B and Kiaya with the Renekton and Tom Kench. This so it probably leads into just a Lee Sin first pick. We've seen that terrorizing. the VCS ending. Whoever's gotten that has been insane. Thresh also works. Thresh is a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to trade Aphelios Jinx most likely, and if you can get the Thresh yourself, you've got a strong lane and you've muted the other one a little bit.
It's always worthwhile being able to get something that's going to be able to set up for bot lane plays, be able to keep your ADC safe. There's playmaking potential in it. It's just a perfectly well-rounded champion for the support role. The response, of course, is giving over the Hecarim, which has already been powerful for a number of our junglers here, back into the hands of Levi, who's already been diving throughout the majority of the split, which I think is problematic to say the least. You pair that now with the Nautilus, it's a question of what do you want to go for if you're Saigon Buffalo. Personally, when I see champions like this, especially two that are both melee range and also a higher health bar type champions, I don't always love Jinx. I think Jinx is better into squishier compositions, and so I wouldn't be shocked to see Aphelios hair over Jinx, but that's a matter of opinion whether Saigon actually wants that. I know Shogun is an extremely good Jinx.
The Aphelios makes sense to me. We've seen the Hecarim popping up around all the world quite a bit. It gives you very good potential to make plays across the board. Froggy going to lock in his pick early, it seems, with that Vex. That makes sense to me. It's been strong. It's been a very strong pick for him. He's been able to win lane and try and make his way out around the map with it. So that's a good sign. It's a very strong setup for Buffalo. Sort of going for a little bit of what's strong in the bot lane and then comfort in the mid lane. I don't know about this Graves Salva. I don't like it.
I guess I'll have to ask what you don't like about it, because even into the further patches, as we continue going down the line, the champion still sees some of the most play in the entire world in the top lane, just as one of those guaranteed champions in terms of being able to shut down the laning phase against your opposition the majority of the time. I will say it doesn't push pressure against Hosmed, who has been one of the weaker performing members, unless you find yourself in a matchup that Hosmed for some reason picks into, especially having seen the Graves already. But I guess give me your thoughts on that, because it's of interest. The champion's shown its power. You've seen members like Ki be able to take advantage of it.
It's more not so much I don't like it's not so much I dislike the pick itself. It's more I don't like where it lands in the draft. I think you should a much more sensible point would have been to grab the AD carry. You can then sort of look to, because you are in theory going to get pinched. Apparently you're not going to get pinched at all, so you're still going to walk away with the Jinx, and it's fine. So ignore everything. It's absolutely fine, and you found out two of the sort of matchups that can run into it. I don't think you don't need to ban Tryndamere against Hosmed though, so that's a bit of a wasted ban. Because anyway, flame aside. Yeah, okay. With that Tryndamere off the board.
Tragic. I was hoping for the Ezreal, because I love Prowler's Claw Ezreal, especially in the modern patches. It's got insane win rate, it's got insane damage on it. It's just a better mythic item for him than any of the AP type items, unless you're really kind of going into it. But instead, going for the Jhin for a little bit more setup, it allows, I think, for Kadi to really go onto something, although they had already seen that, so they're going to have a chance to see the entire SGB composition before picking something AP that Kadi can really kind of do some significant damage with.
Yeah, the sort of more obvious options are available, like the Victor, but does that really synergize super well with it? I'm not sure. I think you want something that sort of bridges that gap between the sort of the front line and that's diving in and the Jhin staying right the hell back. So maybe Victor's a bit too safe on the backside, but I don't know. But yeah, that's the one they're gonna go for. Feel comfortable with it. And across on the other side, you've got big team fight wombo combo setup from the cannon, from the Vex. You can do a lot of AoE damage with this comp.
It's a great composition for Saigon Buffalo to be able to take into GAM, just because I think they've given themselves comfortable type champions. I know Hosmed on the cannon is something that, again, back in the day was something I was very high on when it came to him. It was that and the Wukong were the two biggest champions, because he could affect team fights with them and also were powerful enough in laning for him to be able to express that. You throw that together with Froggy's comfort, you put that with a nice team fighting ADC, you get Taki to reposition members, feels good from Saigon. So I guess you've drafted yourselves effectively like Cuddy, who's probably your worst performing player on the best team, a Victor. So you're out for the most part expecting to win out in mid lane. You've drafted a lane neutralizing top laner. I don't think it's a bad matchup into the Kennen necessarily for Graves, but not something that you're going to play towards necessarily. So is this just pure bot angle coming out from GAM?
It sort of feels that way, and sort of try to blow open the lead in the bot lane as sort of a shutdown mechanism against Saigon, and then carry that through to the laners that are just going to sort of be safe and scale naturally. But it feels weird. It feels a little bit weird with calling the Graves a neutralizing pick right now, because he can be so dominant with the whole breaker rush. It will be neutralized a little bit because range versus range, you can't push that advantage quite as much, but you have the option to go top most of the time with the Graves if you have CC set up in your jungle, which Hecarim absolutely does. So it could be a little bit of top pressure, but yeah, this Nautilus, there's just so much crowd control on the bot side that bot dives are just going to be the name of the game, I think, for GAM.
Shutting down the Aphelios seems like a solid plan. Shutting down Shogun also seems like a solid plan. There's a lot of team fighting from Saigon Buffalo and multiple members, so perhaps that's not going to necessarily be enough, but expect Levi to get very busy as we're going to be stepping on the Rift for game number 1 here between Saigon Buffalo and GAM. A fight for first place. Can Saigon take the tie against GAM, or does GAM continue to just, their onslaught against the rest of the VCS and their revenge tour in attempts to make a push for MSI as the first event that VCS has actually attended in terms of international play in a good amount of years. I could say with a lot of confidence that we've had team after team in the last couple of splits that have really gotten us excited about the prospects of a VCS team returning to the world stage. But I can say if GAM continues to perform on the level that they have this split already, I don't think anybody that is a fan of the VCS would be upset with them going to Worlds with the roster playing the way they are.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're going to see SGB take this game and take this series, I mean, if they want to take the series, they're probably going to have their best shot through this first game. Because we've seen GAM they've sort of tried things out a little bit in those game ones, and we saw the Diana Yasuo, we saw just game ones go in general, sort of go awry in the early game. Their early laning strength hasn't felt like their strong suit for the most part, and it's led to times where like, oh, can Secret take a game off GAM? Can Flash take a game off GAM? They never have because of great macro play. So I feel this is going to be another situation like that for GAM, but Buffalo might be good enough to keep the pressure on, keep it rolling, as we see good play from Taki to deny B. It could have been a very heavy one trade, but the push is king for GAM, and this is what is going to be most important for them as they try and push for that early level 2.
The level 1 Aphelios obviously weak for a number of reasons. The crit shot combined with the ability coming out from style means they just have far more wave control in the earlier stage of the game, even with the solid play from Taki, just to make that big of a difference. Just hoping to get that level 2 up and going pretty quickly. Notice also it was Levi starting topside, also receiving a leash from Kiaya, as opposed to BJ, who started on the top side, is just full clearing without the assistance from anybody from that previous buff. Gonna find his way to the red buff quicker than the Raptors. It's just gonna be the full clear coming out from Levi. I'm curious what the timer looks like between these two, because obviously in an ideal world, BJ is able to kind of rope in, lasso the pony, if you will, against Levi's Hecarim, just to make sure he's not able to have this big impact and eventually get to a place where the Viegos can be really strong. And Levi wants the exact opposite of this, right? Like he presses, he clears all the camps, and immediately starts putting pressure into a number of places, especially if GAM's able to bounce a wave off the bottom side, which is what's happening right now. If Shogun and Taki end up having to push back to the middle, maybe Hecarim's able to make a strike down here, but the coverage from BJ should be helpful.
Yeah, that's the reason, really the main reason for skipping those Raptors, just to make sure Levi doesn't try anything a little bit funny. But this does mean that when Levi goes in for his requisite ward on the Raptors, just to see, he's going to actually see BJ is here, and he's not actually going to be able to find a way into grabbing anything. But he will realize, oh, you're here, I have priority, I can go first.
Wow. I'm
going to get that second Scuttle Crab immediately. Unless Vex has anything to say about this, they're roaming up. And okay,
Yeah, it's a situation. Ooh, back to bottom side. We're getting a bit of interaction here. Probably not too much in the way of full trading. Solid, though. Use of the green gun, use of the marks as well onto style. Just making sure too much damage thrown into the Jin to feel confident, extending that play any further. But I like where your head was going right there. I thought it was cool that Froggy was able to back and not only use it as a defense mechanism against a gank from Levi, but then also with that back and with the ability to shove back out the lane. It's pretty nice. Style. Flash from Taki. Getting able to set that up. Duskwave is enough. A couple of autos from Shogun. W. Gonna come in. Styles able to actually get that one away, and now Taki's gonna have to run for the hills, but he's gonna go down as well. 2 kills onto the bottom side for the side of GAM's bot lane. The one thing we had actually really pushed for being one of the strong points here for Saigon, faltering in the beginning of the game.
Huge flash hook from B at the end there just to save Shogun, save Style at the very end. And this bot lane has been coming up huge, and yeah, as I did like that mid lane touch.
More shenanigans. Yeah. Kadi pushed out a little bit. The flash is going to get him over top of the wall. Froggy's health bar not really in a position to be able to actually do anything further. So it is just going to be the bird flash here for Kadi in the mid lane. Nothing bird from Saigon. It's going to be a replay where we're going to get to see what happened here. It was a great start from Taki, the flash lane. Look how low Styles' health was. He was only at 100 even after the heal. All happened right here. Wow.
Okay, so yeah, the flash over the minions to avoid any form of block from B, and then just walking past Taki, who's sort of, I think, trying to just rein in as much damage as he can on the auto attacks, and that just meant that he isn't able to block the hook from B, and then that saves the play overall, and just very close. But I do like SGB's attempt on the play. It fell apart, but it was good. It was a good attempt to say, look, we punished it super hard on that first trade because you can't you had to reload, so we're gonna go now. We're gonna try and catch you out and do as much burst damage as possible. Didn't quite have enough, and that's unfortunate.
Truly is. It was a situation also, I think, at the very end of that play that we saw the lapse of vision. The late ward had come through and attempted to get the Duskblade auto, or the Dusk Wave auto off, my apologies. Oh, ultimate into the mid lane onto Kadi. The health bar of Froggy's so low. I know Kadi wanted the kill, but he's not going to get it. The flash has already been revert. Now, 1-for-1, Levi versus BJ in the mid lane. W is going to go down as BJ had stolen the soul of the mid laner here from GAM. Levi wants to continue the fight. Ultimate can't be there because BJ doesn't have it quite yet. Q's going to get used. W is going to get him out of that situation. And so just being the 1-for-1, the punishment of the flashless Kadi in the mid lane does end up going the way of GAM. So their horse is the one who is able to pick up a kill.
Yes, it sort of works out a little bit. Even it depends on where you sort of want to throw your gold, I guess. It works out fine for GAM as they have the Hecarim. They are ahead so far in the jungle. Plus they win the health trade that Levi gets to stand out on the map, and he's not stopping.
Fighting back and forth. That is in the top lane. Hospital doing a bad job of the 2v2. Oh, is not going to be able to deny the kill. The minions were doing their best to help body block for Mr. President, but is just not going to be enough. Instead, Kiaya and his jungler able to do things. This is the mid lane plays. We're going back and find a fair amount just to be able to see the punishment onto the poor mid laner of GAM here.
And so you can actually see that the ultimate had already been blown from Kadi, and he had pretty much no mana left. I think he's just trying to shove the wave, do a little bit of poke damage, and then they go, all right, you're in position, BJ. We can punish this pretty much instantly. Levi's able to turn it back, and that saves the play for GAM, but it's SGB capitalizing off small things from GAM in the lane, or at least trying to. They're just not working out for them, but pretty much all the plays are well-intended. They make a lot of sense to do. It's just GAM are responding very well. So we see supports now making their turn in the mid lane.
You see the 8-minute timer has officially buzzed, which means that we get our famous Rift Hero plays here inside of VCS. We get to be on the opposite side of this so often that I don't get the anticipation of waiting for the fight. That's bound to happen around this every single time. Biggest thing I'm noticing, their Jin is still on the way up. Style obviously has the ultimate to effect from a much further distance, but Shogun's already here. So the fight inside the river, easy enough to go to. Taki with a nice hook is able to find a big pick onto B. That's going to start things off in a very solid place. Jane has been able to arrive. Taki's going to block the shots. That might be too much health being taken. And Style is going to be able to bring him down with the final shot. That is a stolen Rift Herald by Levi. The rest of the team is in the brink of annihilation by Kiai. He's going to have to back out. doesn't quite have the damage to think things over, just ends up being the 1-for-1, but importantly, the Rift Herald slipping into the hands of Levi.
Yeah, you absolutely take that if you're GAM. You just walked away with the Rift Herald. You only lost B in the process. And I thought that this was going to be great for SGB. They zoned it out. Levi didn't have his ultimate for a while. It's only just back up now. But they pulled back. They gave Levi enough time to walk around after taking that pick onto B. And they thought, I guess, I also probably assumed that the right play from GAM was going to be backing away as they actually catch him in the Hex Flash. But the damage from Cardi is enough to sort of keep them scared, especially with that curtain call opening up as well.
Yeah.
The trade from the Levi, who gets the smite as well. Just very well played from GAM, and it looks like it's going to continue.
Shogun. Oh, domination from the bottom lane here from GAM as they continue their reign of terror against Shogun and his Aphelios, as well as Taki's Thresh. That previous play, just jumping back to it really quickly, I'm not sure if the hook was intended actually for B. I know they got a kill, but it kind of looked like it was aimed at Kadi and just barely missed. And it bought enough time for Style to be able to slip up River. So another kill into the pocket of Jin. That's 4 kills now into Style's back pocket. And this has been somebody that, like, in previous splits, I know we had our question marks. He and DivKid have been able to split time over the course of this split and previous splits as well. But this has been the hero split where Style's been able to step out. This is a position where, I mean, Shogun's just far too far up in terms of this lane, but Style still having a fantastic game to speak of.
Yeah, we saw that control ward in that tri-brush from GAM, and that should be something that should be cleared out before you even think about stepping up as a AD carry in that situation, because you have pretty much no vision around that top side, so you probably need to at least make sure you can see into that bush for that wraparound, at least one of these bushes. Anyway, Shogun oversteps, Shogun gets punished, and yes, it's worth pointing out Style, when he showed up in the VCS on Saigon Buffalo, he was the worst player in the VCS, but he was in the running for it, for sure, and he came to GAM. We raised a few question marks, absolutely, and then GAM played through him, and he looked like a much better player as Taki finds the hook.
Really quick pick onto B. The ultimate from Levi is going to put a bad positioning in there for Shogun, who's going to get traded back immediately. Ends up just being the 1-for-1, all things considered, as Levi. I mean, that's literally all he's been doing. He's just been trading back and forth time and time again with anybody on the side of Saigon, just turning every positive play they could set up into something equalizing here, as he and Style just going to continue to loop pressure onto the bottom side turret. I wonder if they drop the Rift Herald here. I feel like the gold is better situated elsewhere. They're going to leave a bit of space. Taki's able to find a nice play onto Style, but it's not going to mean all too much. BJ is still here to catch the wave, and that means GAM's going to get pushed off. Looks like they're moving multiple members into mid lane. Maybe that's a point of attack for this Rift Herald to come through. Froggy's not full health, so you can't really sit here and tank the Rift Herald the way you'd want to.
Yeah, this feels a lot better than trying to, push the 5-0 Jin already like a little further ahead. He's got enough. Give some gold over to the Victor. That's going to be your next, like, one of your bigger damage sources as the game progresses, especially up front. So, and see, B is just kind of already a bit too tanky for the side of Buffalo to deal with. The Glacial Augment slows them down enough for Levi to just clean it up. And yeah, with BJ going into that reset, trying to get that soul, the fact they kill Shogun in the meantime, push him into a bad spot, it means, you're stuck as 2 supports fighting a jungler and an AD carry, and they won't move for a lot of it, but you're not going to kill them.
It's also crazy because at the very tail end of that fight, Shogun had what was Severum ultimate copping out, and if he hits 2 targets, that's like 400, 500 health back in his pocket. Yeah. They almost certainly clean the rest of that play. It's really crazy because a number of times I've had to call out Saigon Buffalo's bottom lane, which is not something that normally gets done because they're oftentimes playing extremely well, but in this game, they've had a number of very crucial mistakes. BJ wraps around on Kiaya. Taki is here as well for the flee through the tri-brush. He's still just here. He's on the full retreat path, however, because I think they realize the reinforcements are coming in from GAM and they don't want to worry about anything. So I guess just taking stock of the map altogether. Ooh, wait, I'm gonna wait because there's like shark music. Jaws music is on for Style.
Yeah, I think we're waiting for Shogun to get closer to sort of get an assist in place, because the range on that ultimate means Froggy is
He's
still
just
in range
stuck
to
here.
make things happen. Yeah, bye-bye.
Yeah, Style now understands the situation that he is in, flashes the ultimate just to make sure to get out. So the Gale Force and the Flash Burn from Style, they get nothing, though. You feel like they're in blind vision. You feel like Style has to get punished much harder than just the Flash going down. I suppose you'll take what you can get. But off the back of this, also with 2 members into the bottom side of the map, and you had already seen 2 on the top side of the map, that means the mid lane is open. So GAM, after the Rift Herald push, brought down a couple of turret plates, were able to bring down first turret in the mid lane. So much gold going into the pockets of this GAM feed for what seems like free, as Saigon's plays just aren't sticking.
Yeah, we're pushing out to 4K. Yeah, about 4K now. Just 4 and a bit. But that bot lane play, I saw Froggy walk up, and I was like, oh, he's gonna just, walk in, press the W, press the E for the easy fear that is much harder to dodge. Maybe force a flash, then follow with the ultimate. But no, just
Action to top side. Nice play from Taki. He's going to get the Glacial down. It's going to start stopping. Oh, the stopwatch as well is able to get enough time. And yes, he's going to trade back, but that means Hosmed gets a nice ultimate off. I thought Kiai was going to take more damage as BJ is trying to get on top of him. Uses the body of his dead jungler to attack Kiai himself. Finally, a winning play coming through from the side of Saigon off the back of a very nice play from Taki. First time I've had a chance to compliment him all day. Levi, again on one of these covers, super close to turning this play around. But thankfully, there were enough members around from Saigon to deny GAM's jungler yet another counter gank.
Yeah, overloading heavily onto this top side works out finally for Buffalo. They shore up the gold a little bit and claim that Herald. It's gonna be a lot of damage down onto this bot side from Cardi. He takes out that bot lane tier 1. Half of that tier 2 damage tower has, let's try that again. Half of the health of that tier 2 turret is down as well. And Cardi, Taki rather, it's so nice. Lands the hook, gets the instant stopwatch to stay alive, and Kaya does enough to pop him, but the Hecarim's kind of fed, and now he's running you down. And that's not what you want. So that's a nice pickup for BJ. He's feeling comfortable. He's feeling back into the game after getting sort of out-jungled by Levi in pretty much all categories this game. So he's now back in the game. He's got a Rift Herald in pocket, and now they can try and make a play somewhere else on the map as top lane turret full.
It's a position where all of a sudden, like, Levi's champion doesn't really get super weak. Obviously, a Hecarim who's behind is never going to be strong, but a Hecarim who's doing fine in the early game usually doesn't get a lot worse. The team fighting's going to be there. You build the tank stats, and you're going to be able to do quite a bit. And you can see that's kind of what Levi's been opting for. And the other big setup that's come about from this, obviously, not only the Jhin, but the Graves, like you said, the Hullbreaker Graves makes it very difficult for side lane pressure to come through. It's a question of, does GAM even have to play this out? We're going to wait a minute because we're getting another collapse onto Kiaya. The Graves able to get out. Now Levi is here as well for the team fight into Hosmed's ultimate, who's able to rip through the remainder of the team. Levi tries to get something. He's going to find an ultimate, not going to get it. Instead, 2 into the pockets of the mid laner from Saigon. Style and Kiaya just going to walk out the back of that place. Somehow Kiaya, a magnet for attention in the back half of this game so far, yet to go down, at least in that skirmish right there, but does cost the lives of a couple of members of his team.
Hullbreaker baby. Now they could have converted a little bit harder on this but BJ wanders down to sort of help protect the mid lane, but they could have just ran that straight to the top side, but they're going heavy onto Style.
In the mid lane, immediately the setup and an attempt to pick off Style, it does come through as BJ is able to get that one, and that is a trade I think you'll take all day. Yes, you do put more gold into the Jin's pocket, but you're getting so much more into BJ with that massive shutdown.
Yeah, that huge shutdown, and you can probably, I guess with Shogun dying, you can't really push that turret down in the mid lane, but it's a good shutdown. You want that off the board. And I want to touch on this quickly before we get interrupted again. Normally, we see these Hecarims, they have these huge plays early. They sort of come in, they build their Stone Blade, they build their Chemtech, whatever, run fast thing. And they do a really strong, heavy upfront bit of burst, and then they're just kind of hanging out, being a nuisance in the backline. In solo queue, you build the Manamune, you build the Muramana, and you just get a spam Q and do way too much damage for only 1 damage item. So we're seeing that coming through from Levi, clearly empowered by his good start. That's coming through. He will be much more of a nuisance if he has that sort of completed and ready to go. Hasmet doesn't get to survive quite as long in that fight, and it probably goes much differently. But as is, it's cruising. Buffalo are sort of back into the game. They've shrunk the gold lead by a little bit. Only by about 1,000 as another dragon goes to GAM.
It's two Drakes now in the pockets of GAM who've made it a pretty decent focus over the course of the season to really focus towards these. They're a team that plays well in the late game. They oftentimes have compositions that can yield such. And when Levi is kind of operating the early game the way he has, it's really difficult, I suppose, as an enemy jungler to find much. The Rift Herald traded on the other side of the map. They're going to get at least one tower, and this is also a catch-up timer, so that's additional gold into the pockets of Saigon. So gold so far is actually in their best interest. The fear is going to keep Graves off the tower. It's not going to be quite enough to actually full capture on that. It's an interesting position we find ourselves in. It's 3,000 gold advantage for the side of Saigon. The majority of their gold is clustered between this Viego and this Vex, these two reset machines inside of teamfights. And for GAM, pretty much the majority, the big nucleus of their team composition is Style, who has about a 3k lead over top of Shogun, pretty terribly, if I do say so myself, for the Aphelios to be down this far on the Jhin. But outside of that, I mean, you're talking, this is a Hullbreaker Graves, which isn't the greatest of team fighters of all recorded history. He's not like the crit Graves that could just live forever as a frontliner. And like you said, the damage on Levi is going to be higher, but you don't have those initial tank stats. You're going to be a little bit squishier than you were before. Do you think there's an opening, or do you think that GAM is still just going to be able to run things for the most part?
Yeah, with the and I mean, you've got the Evan Shroud as well coming in from B, so that gives you another squishier target than, say, going for the whatever it's called, the Locket. That's what you were. I think that would have been the better option for B, but again, they've just been winning so hard that they want to go for these more snowbally items. And I mean, it's not really not working, but it does give that opening for sure. It means they are more susceptible to the burst from the Vex and the Viego. But as you say, that is the goal. If they aren't able to get that first kill, especially if Viego dies beforehand, you don't get those resets coming through. Resetting Vex is nowhere near as threatening as resetting Viego, so that is always priority number one for GAM. If they can find and kill him, they win the team fight regardless.
Double TP. We have Kiaya on one side. Froggy has come in. Cotty's on the top side of this map. And Levi's coming around for a massive flank with the Hecarim potentially in the back line. The Dragon sitting at 3,000. It's GAM saying to me that they're not playing for the Drake. They're playing for the fight, but they end up having to back off as well. They don't know if they have vision of Levi and whether or not the horse has been caught. So the ultimate popped from Style. An attempt to push off some of the health bar. It's not going to accomplish too much. Cotty's got plenty of poke as well. They're just going to be competing for the Dragon ultimate in the background from Froggy. Is going to be able to pick off at least one. He does trade eventually. The Dragon did go over to the side of GAM as well, but this is the rest of the fight. Hasmet in the midst of everything finds a massive E and a massive W to be able to clean up so much of what is happening here. And now Shogun walking out the back of the fight. I'm slowly losing interest because I'm like, Saigon's health bars, they're just disappearing little by little, eventually getting brought down every single member. A delayed ace from the side of GAM after stealing away the Dragon as well. Everything working out in GAM's favor.
Look, I'm gonna report Cardi right there for stealing the pentakill from B. He worked himself up to a triple. Give the man his break. And it looks really good from the start because they land that ult onto Style. They go huge. They get a big ultimate from Hasmet as well. But Binjay's just not a part of anything. He's not able to get a reset. He just hangs around as this goofy little Viego boy. And it doesn't work. It doesn't matter. He's not able to get the big Jhin. He's not able to get the Hecarim. He just sits there and doesn't contribute. And if that's your gold, you're playing from an actual deficit, essentially. As we see that gold shoot straight back up, it's soul point as well. Lights might have just gone out for Buffalo, but you can't count out a reset comp like this fully, of course.
The position they find themselves in is their gold is concentrated in Viego and Vex, which are champions that are focused on resets. They're good inside of skirmishing and inside of creating fights that aren't full 5-on-5s, but instead kind of splitting them apart and taking smaller engagements over the course of the 5-on-5. But the champions that really matter are the ones that are the 5-on-5 champions. You saw how much Hamed and Shogun really desperately would have loved to switch gold values with their teammates right there, because you think if Hazmet has that gold, if Shogun has that gold, they're on third item instead of second item for that fight. That fight probably looks really good for Saigon Buffalo, but unfortunately, gold's not in the right place even when style is pulled out. GAM just has too much across the board.
And Asman's gone for this Morello Nomicon second just to deal with the lifesteal of Kiaya in the side lane. I don't think completing that was the option, because if he had a little bit more damage in there, it might have actually worked out a little bit better.
He's just kind of getting run down. Kadi is just going to do exactly that. And on the top side, coverage from Style, dive from Levi underneath the tower. He is going to get caught out in that time. He gets a little too big for his britches. So unfortunately, even with the Jin ultimate kind of covering him, is just going to end up in the 1-for-1 situation. Hook up to BJ leads to the ultimate getting him out of a very precarious situation. Victor can shift over very quickly, Kennen catching the mid wave as Taki is going to get the ultimate pressed upon him. Glacial Augment on both sides, going to get brought down. As Shogun has to flash out as well out of fear that he is going to get brought down by Kadi, my apologies, as that is going to be a GAM setup that leads to them getting big kills in a couple of positions, and it's going to lead to them starting this Baron buff.
Yeah, Kiaya can just happily sort of lifesteal and drain tank this. They can't actually go for this, though. They can't do this. No, someone put a ward down, please.
BJ's got one in the back of the pits. They don't have anything to clean it up.
Okay. So they either have to stall and wait for Levi to actually show up, or they have to find BJ.
Oh, he is in a very terrifying position, but he's got reinforcements with him. He's gonna miss the hook from point blank, and that's gonna be traded off for the jungler, so things are gonna quiet down probably. Levi's still here, so the fight has to be won from the side of Saigon Buffalo. Froggy is able to get a nice pick into Kadi, but the damage just is not there. He's gonna get cleaned up. The Zoni is gonna be buying him a little bit more time, but that's not gonna be enough, as Hosmet also doesn't have the damage to carry the remainder of the fight. GAM playing with some very, very close lines right there, but able to sneak out very much ahead. 3 kills in the back pocket, no jungler. Levi's still up. They're able to now fully commit to this Baron.
They teleported Kadi back in as well. They're more than comfortable to take this, and when they do, they should be able to transition that straight down into that dragon. They might not grab it on the basis of they have to reset, especially Levi, but thanks to this Baron recall, they should have enough time to, at the very least, contest it. And if they do grab that, that is a huge win at shutting down most of Buffalo's AoE sort of composition.
Oh. Goodness gracious. So much from Hosmet actually just missed right there to cause so much of an issue. And that was the dive underneath the turret. So we are ways back when the dive had come through from Levi, which kind of prompted this entire play. Shogun getting the kill was nice, but again, this ended up with an overextension that led to eventually the Baron bait from GAM. And like you said, the backs had to come through, but the deployment was long enough from both sides that actually GAM is here inside the river. They're not using the Baron buff. They're actually fighting onto Froggy. It's pulled out by Taki. He's going to be able to deny a little bit of time. Froggy was still alive for a short time, but he and unfortunately Taki both go down. As this is going to be a cleaned up fight from the side of GAM. They're going to be able to walk away with 3 kills. If they're not satisfied, they can continue for more if they wanted to. But I think their eyes are on the prize. That is the Mountain Soul, the Baron buff push that's going to be ensuing with 3 less members on the side of Saigon. And what is likely the game here?
Yeah, they clean up the fight massively, picking off Froggy, who has been very impactful actually overall for these fights. On the side of Buffalo, he's found pretty strong picks and has sort of done his best to keep them as even as possible. But overall, the whole team is kind of just torn apart. Taki just disappears instantly. It's not working out well for them at all. They grab one tower. There's another one in the top side that they will send Kiaya to work on, as the push from GAM in the bot side should try and drag most of Buffalo away. And it's a very good siege comp from the side of GAM. The dive threat is palpable, as BJ is looking for a flank. So is Hasmed.
Oh wow. They're deep. They're going to try to close back, some clawback, some kind of advantage. Hosmet with the big ultimate into the back line with the Proto Belt. Is he going to be able to burst out anybody? But Style's going to go down immediately. That's a big member to steal from the side of BJ in the back line, though. Kiaya is able to find a number of members. And now Froggy and BJ trying to get work done, but they just don't have enough. Even when they're able to steal the right members' ultimates, Froggy gets at least one back. Going to steal the Levi, but it's not going to be enough. Saigon try at the last possible moment to throw in a fight, but GAM is a brick house, unwilling and unwavering to tip over in the face of all the wind that is being blown by the big bad Saigon Buffalo.
They are mighty letting it all hang out. They are smashing it. GAM, they've got such a huge gold lead. They have been able to push it through this. They've leave Kiara alone with his hull breaker so he can just get that extra tower bonus as well. Yeah, they're not gonna be able to find that win off of it. Too much damage actually able to be done by Buffalo, but 2 inhibitor towers plus another inhibitor on top. That's huge. That's gonna be just we reset, we try again in the next minute.
Yeah.
As it looks so good, Husmed is able to pretty much kill Style instantly. Gets a 3-man stun, and is just they're not able to actually convert the damage. Really, they kill the 2 carries, but I mean, Kiara is still big.
It's another situation where it feels like, again, gold in the right pockets for the side of Saigon might have made a difference. But this is a fight that actually got shut out really heavily by B. If you saw, there was like there was an Infernum ultimate that had come through from the Aphelios that not only got body blocked by B, but he took no damage because he went into Zonius. So he double blocked the damage coming through as a big ultimate from him. That same guy is going to be coming through. They find an immediate pick, and BJ also gets brought down. That is the Guardian Angel. They're going to find the play right afterwards as well, as that's 2 in the back pocket. Hosman has to pop the Slicing Maelstrom just to make sure that Levi can't bring him down, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The damage from the pony is enough with just that 1 damage item. Like you were talking about, Levi's going to find himself a solo bolo in the jungle position. Or will he? Oh, yeah, he's going to. As this should probably spell the end of the game now. GAM should be able to walk it up mid lane with these inhibitors, with the minions coming in on 2 lanes, and potentially just finish the game right here and right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage potential if Froggy can find that miraculous huge 5-man, 5-man Fear into 5-man Infernum. The potential is there on a sort of 1% chance, but I'm just staying spread apart.
Wow. The attempted pick onto Style, but it's not going to amount to anything. The stopwatch was used on both sides just to be able to make sure, but nobody is there for the support of the Saigon mid laner. Just like that, GAM putting their foot down. You have 2-2-1 teams. One has already been brought down by the side of GAM and Cerberus in week number 1, and they are saying this is not a mistake. We are the best team in the league. We are going to wipe Saigon off the face of the earth. And game number 1 in the series, absolute proof of that.
Yeah, I mentioned coming into this game that GAM's for game 1 has been kind of weak. They've tried a few things out. Didn't seem that way at all. It seems like they were like, all right, Buffalo, we're taking you very seriously. We are going to destroy your bot lane. We know our solo laners are good enough to destroy yours, and BJ is just going to have a leash on him, have a tracker on him, and Levi is following him around, making sure he's useless. And it worked out very well outside of 1 play where they used stopwatch shenanigans. It kind of just all fell apart for Buffalo.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to, I think, dissect the game a little bit before we come back from the break. But first off, of course, we have a bit of time between games, so we're going to take a short one here just to make sure we're able to catch our breath and get into a position where we can really do this at a better scale. So stick around. We'll be back with game number 2 between Saigon and GAM in a competition for first place here in the 3rd week and the 1st day of VCS. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to week number 3 of the VCS. Of course, we're here in 2022 VCS Spring. We had our first game, of course, of the series between GAM and Saigon Buffalo in an attempted race for that number 1 spot. I know Saigon's still lagging behind a bit inside of that race, hoping to catch up with this series alone. But of course, it appears as though GAM is the one that has pulled off to a pretty astonishing lead over the front of everybody else inside of the league, leaving everybody else, of course, in the wake of their dust. I'm Rebel Fox once again with Mob and Nogi sitting here on the cast. That was some spectacle of game. The opening parts weren't terrible. There were moments of highlight for the side of Saigon, but ultimately GAM did kind of run things pretty much throughout. Wouldn't you say so, Mobby?
Yeah, Buffalo didn't do anything pretty much egregiously wrong except not be as good as GAM in micro decisions, because they made the play in the bot side. It was a good attempt at a punish to capitalize on a bad trade that GAM had taken earlier. They just got outplayed. They made a good attempt to capitalize on Cardi blowing his ultimate for a shove in the mid lane. It just kind of got outplayed by a good counter gang from Levi, and counter gangs from Levi just kind of started to keep rolling. And all the plays that Buffalo made were good in theory. They just didn't execute properly, or rather got out executed by GAM, not just Cardi. So overall, it's not like lights out for the side of Buffalo at all. It's not like they just got rolled top to bottom. They were making the right moves, just small things kept going in the favor of GAM early on, and that snowballed and rolled into a place where they couldn't really contest anymore.
It's a place where GAM feels like they oftentimes look as though they are without weakness. Even Cotty, who is somebody we mentioned at the beginning of the game, wasn't having necessarily the best split. They were able to mask it with a Victor pick that basically just had to sit there and go in a CSing battle up against Froggy, and that's not fair, right? Like that's cheating almost, to be able to say, hey, Cotty, you want to get in a CSing battle against one of the arguably one of the most I would say bad CSing mid laners inside of the VCS over the past 4 splits. That's just, it seems like an unfair matchup to take. So is there any weakness for this GAM squad? Not even talking about Saigon, just in general, have you seen any way that this team has been able to be attacked by any of our VCS teams here as we kick into draft?
The only really weaknesses we've seen is when Levi is on a sort of a slower pick that can't really capitalize on the early game quite as effectively. They do fall behind a little bit in the lanes, but it hasn't ever been enough that it's been a problem. And that's been when they've tried stuff like the Diana Yasuo, as mentioned before. So things like that just don't seem to matter unless Levi is sliding his way onto one of the sort of AP farming junglers that aren't really going to make those early impacts, and it gives over the opportunity for the enemy jungler to make leads of their own. And if they grab this Gwen that can flex into the jungle still, we might see that happen if it does go there.
It's a matter of like Saigon's kind of like this season, it hasn't always been the case that Levi has really been kind of the person pushing a lot of the pacing for GAM, but it seems like that's the case this season. So like you said, if the diagnostic is that and Levi is no longer that person, it's a question of who then is doing that. And it seems like nobody really has that answer. GAM still has strong lanes, they still have strong individuals, they still have strong team fighting, but that core of what makes their early game dangerous, that core of what sets them up for success just isn't there, maybe being the one weak point as we step into the first day of the draft. GAM, they grab themselves Gwen. Gwen is insane. I know you talked about flexing to the jungle, but it's just the best top laner that like you could pick in terms of line right now. I don't think there's much that you could take that just outright beats it. And the other side, you're trading over Jinx, insanely powerful pick, and you throw on top of that a Hecarim, which is, again, it's something that I gave to Bean J in week number 1 and said, play this champion. And when he did it fantastic.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning just quickly, when we have seen GAM on these low impact junglers, they've also been paired with the Tahm Kench, so they can't even make these game plays out of the bot lane. But if we see an Ezreal and say a Thresh or some sort of playmaker in that bot side that can get out and roam, B could go and facilitate that that role of trying to push the pace of the game and get a champion like a Gwen or a Diana that have a bit more of an issue getting things started rolling by linking up nicely. So this sort of matchup, the Nautilus to preempt the Thresh is an interesting choice.
Not in love with that.
Yeah, I can't say I'm a huge fan either. I would have preferred something with a little bit more that can help peel the horse a little bit better. I know you have that auto attack, and once the ultimates come through, you're fairly effective, but I don't know. The Nautilus this early seems a little bit not a big fan.
I know we oftentimes have these really rough discussions around the drafts that come through from Saigon, but from not just from Saigon Buffalo, but from everybody. And Saigon is actually praised for their very solid drafting. And I think this draft is looking incredible for them so far. They've got themselves Jinx, who's still one of, if not the best ADC on the patch. They've got Hecarim, who's one of the rising junglers. They got a counter matchup, or at least what was a counter matchup, probably not to the same extent it was anymore, but a preferential matchup for Taki in the support role. They have superior wave clear to unlock Taki to attack the map. This just feels like a slam dunk over and over again from Saigon. I don't know what your feelings are about what the summary of the draft looks like, but what is needed to salvage this for GAM if they really want to make sure that this Saigon composition isn't just doing everything it needs to?
You can lock Elise in Syndra as your R45. You can pretty much just smash this mid lane. Because I think if you put a Cardi on something like Syndra, there's not too much Froggy can respond with that actually you're finding threatening, and Lee Sin can sort of run the early game alongside it. Husmed's going to pick up his Akali and try and scale alongside this. Okay, that's a Gwen jungle. That's kind of unfortunate. And it's a Scion mid laner. So I think Buffalo just wins in terms of draft.
Mid, do it, Froggy. He's insane. This is a throwback. How many champions has he been able to pull out in terms of the pool over the last how many years?
Has he ever
He's
played
got to have the mid in the back pocket, right? Like, it has to be.
I mean, we've seen the mid Callista. We've seen. I think Husmed's more the Vayne player.
Oh, that's so tragic. I was really hoping that Froggy had it in the back pocket.
So, you could rotate it. You could rotate players, but Husmed is the main player. He used to be an AD carry way back when. So, I hope you rotate the players and leave the champions with who they're with. But if you take a Vayne into this, they're actually just giving a free scaling lane for an Akali into this Renekton. The Scion, that could be insane too.
I actually don't think they have bad lane setup here. If they are going to put Akali into Scion, I'd actually rather see it top lane. I feel like there's more space for an Akali to move, whereas the less of this lane is taken up by the CC that Scion can employ.
Yeah.
Although the alternative to that is there's more space for the Scion to catch the Akali in the right circumstance. But I feel like this is insane from Saigon, right? If they end up swapping Hosbed into the Scion lane and they put the Akali against the Renekton, it feels like they have no winning matchup in the solo lane. They lost the pushing battle in the bottom lane, and their jungler is not somebody that really gets active early. They have nothing going for them in this game, right? You're right. GAM either needs to significantly outplay just on an individual level like they did last game, or they need to basically just sit there and wait for 40 minutes basically and try not to lose before then, because their team fight should be fairly effective. There's a lot of ways to peel off the Akali and things like that. The Gwen Ezreal should eventually become quite an effective damage source. But yeah, it's my one complaint with Saigon's draft is, while I do like the Akali, I'd rather it be on Houseman than Froggy, for one thing. But if you're going to go for something crazy, and you're going to go for the Vayne top lane, I think you double down on your craziness. I know we have a ton of discourse in terms of in North America about Soraka's possibilities in solo lanes. like, if you throw Soraka into this composition or against this Renekton Scion Gwen composition, the only champion that's like trying to interact with her is Ezreal. There's no way. She leaves every fight. It's not worth continuing any more into. They could have ruined GAM with a Soraka pick right here. There was no way to come back. That's a remake. That's a GAM, I'm forfeiting at 15. I'm not even coming out of the base type draft. But we're not going to worry about it because this is still GAM. This is still the VCS. Anything can happen. We get our memes about how the worst draft always wins. So maybe GAM's going to be able to pull it out anyway.
So someone needs to work on translating the Bible of LS into Vietnamese is what I'm hearing. As honestly, if you ran things like Soraka mid for Froggy, that I can see that coming out just fine. But yeah, as is, we're gonna have to see how this matchup plays out. This Scion mid has worked for Cardi fairly effectively in the C games. He also gets to play into a melee matchup to make use of the Grasp of the Undying at maximum effectiveness. Early shove seems to be going to GAM. They reach the wave first, but having rockets should counterbalance it just enough for SGB that they take control, and this top lane should just be an absolute disaster.
Can I throw 2 words at you and see what your reaction, just genuine unfiltered reaction is? Oh,
solo kill.
Well, solo kills one set of 2 words. My thoughts were Hullbreaker Vayne. But I guess solo kill is going to be another set of words we're going to use to describe the Vayne top side.
Yeah, so it's going off great for Hasmed. All summoners blown in the top side, so now you have an opportunity to try and make something happen.
Ooh.
Because Levi gets real sneaky. That's real sneaky with it. BJ deciding to skip his red buff and take these AoE camps first. It makes a lot of sense for the champion. But Levi's just going to walk in and sneak away with it.
Yeah, it just takes it away. This was literally right after we stopped watching top lane.
Yeah.
Like, we watched Hosmic get level 2 and run up on that wave. I wish they had just kept the camera there, because we jumped to mid lane, but it really, unfortunately, we missed the solo kill. But Hosmic with a bit of flexing. Now Taki to the mid lane, forces the flash from Kadi. We painted this picture of this team. They're going to try to dive Hosmic. This is probably the right play. The defensive TP coming out from Froggy, though, is going to deny. He's here to punish. All of a sudden, all the bits of excitement. Might pull another one. He's going to get at least one more. But he's not going to get it. Okay, he does go down. But Hosmed pulls his 3rd kill of the game in response. Everything coming apart at the seams for GAM.
Yeah, GAM just are in an absolute hole. They can't really win any of these lanes. They lost the push pressure to the Jinx in the bot lane, and that opened up Taki. The teleport and the collapse from BJ to undo Levi's attempts to shut this Vayne down, but this Vayne is now 3-0. Yeah.
This is not good. A double buff Vayne who's already leading 3 kills over top of a melee top laner, let alone a Renekton who, like, yes, he could reset his E and try to get on top of her if the flash is available. There's still a chance, but I feel like Hosmed just runs this lane, and all of a sudden we have way too many problems to deal with on the side of GAM to really work with. My question to you, now Renekton is basically gone from the game. The mid lane is still the Scion. The Scion can go Hullbreaker, try to deny the melee versus melee matchup, shut out Akali. He doesn't get strong for a while. But really, I think the crux of this comes down to team fighting with Levi and Style. So how can they get gold into those 2 carries?
So the big one that is the most obvious is try and win the play around the Rift Herald, but that seems nigh on impossible up against the 3-0 Vayne. So I guess the big thing I would say is, at least for Style, maybe even Levi as well, just try and pair them up, is you send the solo laners plus B towards that Herald. You keep them busy, you keep them guessing for as long as possible, and then you try and break as many plates between these 2 main carries, try and share those plates. As here it's like sensible. It's good. It's an attempt. You see the teleport come through, and they're like, all right, instantly back off. We got the TP. We'd come back later. But BJ's just in position to take them down, and just the worst. Just complete disaster for the side of GAM as they get read like a book, and it just completely undoes everything they set out to do. And now we are seeing Scion is still managing to get the push. That's working out for them at least, so can try and make something happen. Levi waddles his way into the top side.
Wow, they are tripling down on this. The E actually pushes Kadi under tower range. It's not going to accomplish all that much. I think it's just going to be Hosmed who ends up dying in this case. He gets away. Would you look at that? The Ghost, the Qs, and the ranged champion get away from 3 melees who don't tag any CC. Who would have possibly guessed? And now Froggy to the bottom lane. They're going to find a nice bit of CC onto Sal. Froggy's going to be able to find a nice ultimate as well. That tags 1. B's looking for something. He's still trapped here. They're probably going to have to wait for the next wave to be able to accomplish anything. But all things said and done, Hosmed gets out. They grab Dragon. They get a kill. They get plates into their Jinx. And the trade-off is absolutely dick bub kiss, man.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. You have no reliable CC outside a flash stun from Kiaya, and Kiaya has no flash. You've got nothing. Levi isn't even level 6 to utilize that needlework to try and slow down Hosmed either. So they commit 3. They miss the ultimate from Cardi. They miss the Q. They miss everything. Hosmed walks away. There's absolutely nothing they can do about this Vayne anymore. And you mentioned in that last pregame, hold on, Kiaya's just
actually right back into Kiaya. You get a glacial from Taki as well. It's going to slow him down. The CC is there. Flash is on top of him in an attempt to get something. And Kadi's here as well, but he has no ultimate. He can't walk in. He's just a Scion, a sitting duck for the Vayne who is hunting in a barrel right now for these melee champions. They keep walking into him. Mobby, they are melee champions walking into a Vayne.
Make it less obvious, please. Because, my God, they're just walking in one at a time. They have nothing that can get on top of this Vayne. And as my point was going to be, Jinx can struggle up against beefy front lines. Vayne certainly does not. So your big front line of Nautilus, Renekton, Scion, it means nothing. It means absolutely nothing.
And in the bottom lane as well, B and Levi both have they get a little bit of interaction. You're completely right about the Jinx point. I think the Jinx ends up not being the greatest of picks into a draft like this. This is so good to deny it. They weren't expecting the Vayne, clearly, as something that they could be pulled out. You get to see this little bit of interaction. But again, it's Taki who's able to roam freely. They get the push on bottom side. That just means your Leona gets to go where she pleases.
You still that flash, that Q, that attempt, but it doesn't matter because on that glacial augment, you kind of do reduce damage to the other team. You don't do as much as they find an attempt onto Froggy. He's walking into minions. You miss! You miss!
Kadi. Oh, actually, BJ's here for a little bit more punishment. He's able to find the back angle to Kadi, pushes him a little bit forward. Ultimate's also going to be able to tag him down. 3 members from GAM here in an attempt to punish Taki. They are actually going to get him right there as well. Enough CC between the multiple champions that they're able to pull him in with a sizable little bit of trade-off. So something in the back pots of GAM, which is quite nice because we can't really say that for the majority of the game so far. Although I will say right there, that situation was a little weird. They were trying to kill off Kadi, and he and Froggy got into a little bit of a spat before the rest of the play had actually ended up developing. Froggy's 1-2 kills into actually being able to do quite a bit here. Hosmed's found himself in a very strange position in the midst of the river alongside multiple members from the other team. A lot of ultimates got burnt in the previous engagement. Ultimate onto Hosmed's not going to accomplish all too much, and into the wall goes Levi. Hosmed is just playing pinball with the members, especially the melee members of the opposite team. Froggy attempting to find a pick onto B. He doesn't quite have the damage. Nautilus is just a little bit too beefy for him. Kadi getting auto-attacked by Hosmed, who pleases he literally walks anywhere he wants. Kadi, do not dare. I'm going to come to Vietnam, and I will beat you myself if you walk blind into the jungle where you see the Vayne.
Yep. I was gonna say, so small wins. You get another kill on top of this Gwen. It can work out very well. Then Kiai just walks straight down into Hosmed, and they feed 2 more kills over, including another kill against Levi himself. So, it's not working out. Hosmed is now, I think, 5-0, at least. I don't think this is gonna. We have praised GAM's macro over before we've said that they can lose early, but they drag it back. They play very well. They are 3K down at 10 minutes, 11 minutes. Sorry. Kiara is 0-4 on a Renekton.
Mm-hmm.
That is a Sabin and Overvane.
Yes.
I just forgot 2 kills had happened. GG go next.
This was GG go next from draft. Like, this is already tough. And now
it was, but you could at least hope that, Froggy or Carly. Surely that's not going to be good. Surely, maybe Levi can do it. No, there's nothing. There's nothing going the way of Buffalo right now. Sorry, not Buffalo. GAM. Nothing's going the way of GAM right now. They found a hook onto BJ and got another kill back. That's great. You did good, but this bot lane is just hanging out, doing sod all. Every time I see Kiara and Harsmed in the lane together, it's like, well, goodbye. Harsmed's probably gonna die.
Actually, nice. A stolen dragon. Not gonna mean anything. Cody tries to ult for it, but it's not gonna do anything. It's a pittance that Levi is able to actually snag that dragon away. I'm not even sure who started it. It kind of looked like GAM had their own footing within the dragon pit, so it's possible they had started it or something along those lines, because I wasn't catching. I was too busy watching Harsmed auto-attack a tower in the top lane.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure it was a startup from GAM. They had managed to wrangle the push in the bot lane. This mid lane is now sort of moving more towards Buffalo, so they're going to lose a few more options in terms of finding those rotations. Some plays going over to Style. That's something. Style is it's been pretty comfortable in this 1v1. That is good to see, but it's goodbye.
Oh, and the kill also somehow slips into the pockets of Harsmed once again. The Rift Herald's going to be here. So all they need is the wave. And by the time that the Rift Herald actually starts to charge, that means that Harsmed and BJ should be here and powerful enough to bring down the remaining plate before anything really truly negative comes about. Very nicely played, as that's going to be a full tower into the pockets of Harsmed. And the cross-map play from Levi just isn't there either. Yes, you might have had some chance there, but the Nautilus and the Ezreal aren't the greatest in the world at making sure to be able to secure kills on the other side, even alongside a Gwyn when you don't have that much CC. So instead, it's just a couple of plates. Like you said, there's gold in the pockets of Style. Style's been able to pull a little bit, but it's really hard to see a world in which the 8-0 now full first tower Vayne is not going to have enough success in this game to really make a massive impact.
The lack of reaction from GAM, honestly, I fully believe Harsmed could have just taken that second tower as well and backed with an extra 600. Picked up that Rage Blade now, coming in at the 40-minute Rage Blade. 8,000 gold.
He is almost 4 times what B has.
He has a 4K, almost a 4K gold lead over his opposite number. That is the gold lead, though. That is pretty much the entire gold lead. It's 5K, and pretty much 4 of it is on Harsmed. So if they can limit Harsmed to a side lane and find a 4v4 fight, there's a chance for GAM. There is a chance something can happen, but how do you not lose the side lane instantly? Is the thing. You can't. There's pretty much nothing that Kiaya can do. Cardi's not going to be able to do all that much either. This Vayne is just so far ahead. They might actually find something on a Froggy.
Ooh, W actually gets enough space for Froggy to be able to put out damage. Ultimate's going to get him far enough away. Auto comes through. Ult also comes through onto Levi just to make sure that they have a bit back and forth. They're still trying to trade.
Oh my god, no.
He's way too far off. To tag anything, B has to flash an ultimate just to try to continue that play, but it's not going to work, as GAM is pushing here on the bottom side in exchange for the top lane push from Saigon Buffalo. The 8-0 Vayne is doing enough, and now into the bottom side, or top side. Dive comes through, bottom side, there's play coming in from Saigon as well. The ultimate's going to be enough to bring down multiple members, and Shogun doing a little bit of his own Harsmed impression on the bottom side of the map, able to clean up plenty of work here. Yes, B&J gets enough of the kills, but the auto attacks are coming through from both of them as winning plays on both sides of the map. all but secure Saigon Buffalo complete control of the game.
This is a terrible idea in theory. Taking a 16-minute inhibitor. This should be basically griefing, but considering you're 14-2, I don't think it matters that you're just shoving this much gold into the pockets of whoever is going to take that wave, because they are not going to be able to really farm that wave safely. Hasmed is pretty much untouchable. So, 15-minute inhibitor.
Yeah. I mean, 15-minute inhibitor against a lot of compositions causes, at least a little bit of concern for a team who isn't trying to just spike immediately into the opposing base. I will say there's no wave clear on GAM either. On top of all the other problems we pointed out, they've got absolutely no wave clear. Unless Style decides to go for a Tiamat and goes for like a Hydra of some kind, then maybe they have a tiny amount, but Kadi's not catching that wave. Ki is not catching that wave. They got to give it to Style, who's the only person who uses the gold effectively. I suppose Levi could use it as well. They could try to spike him up with a little bit of supplementation as well, but that's the best you're getting, and it just doesn't matter because in the face of what is going right for Saigon Buffalo, they got kills where they needed it in the right place. They've got kills in the wrong places pretty much everywhere, and now Rift Herald in the mid lane, they're going to find a pick on a BJ who ults out, is going to go down. The auto attacking is enough from Style. Rift Herald is still going to crash most likely.
It's stuck to the minions!
No, they still get the tower. We'll call that a proxy.
Oh, that's sad. And Levi's actually able to sneak this away. That's actually a pretty big win for the side of GAM. They sneak a pick, they sneak a dragon. Levi is probably gonna go get farmed. But actually he's just gonna walk away. They didn't pincer him.
No, they did not.
Absolutely a free win for GAM. They pick up so much off the back of that play. It's kind of crazy. And now you've got Kadi just happily picking up these super minions. And it's not really going to be a problem for another 5 minutes. You could actually just plant Levi in this top lane for the next 4 minutes and say, hooray, more gold onto this Gwen, scale this thing up until its late stage unstoppable beast. And look, yeah, Hasmed is continuing to be absolutely ridiculously fed as Froggy just hits another.
I'm a little lost there. I've seen teleports like this before, but I've never understood them. And that right there was a spear punishment, so there's not much to be had. I do suppose the opposite side of the map is going to be still in pretty heavy control. Hasmed probably can't take the full tower, but might be able to get some autos in, even with a crashed wave. The combination of Ki and Style would be enough. Yeah, like you said, Levi on the top side, picking up gold in terms of the tower, picking up a top tower. It's GAM who've been fighting back with decent, at least decent vigor for the most part throughout the majority of the game. BJ should be able to stop Levi. In fact, Levi might just die for the effort.
But that's still worth it. That's still worth it, absolutely. You get the local gold onto the Gwen, you get the shutdown bonus, the objective bounty as well across the team, and you basically trade 1 tower for 2+ a kill on top of all that stuff, getting the dragon, and yeah, you're coming out on top. You've dragged the gold back to I don't know, it's still a 5,000 gold lead, and the jungler is off the map, so maybe you're looking at that 20-minute Baron. It's definitely possible with 280 carries, one of which is already on 3 items. But it's not bad.
I would like to point out, while no mythic is completed from Style yet, he is close to 3 items, 2.5 right now. I suppose the boots aren't done either, but like the gold is starting to seep in. Ezreal is starting to get a little scary as the game continues. This is a very easy 20-minute Baron call. I think Saigon's perfectly fine if they want to fight or if they want to try to contest it. I think either way they can be okay. The only thing that can turn this around is a steal. I was a little worried there with the ultimate coming in from that. Froggy with the ultimate is going to completely erase Ezreal from the backline, and that means there's nothing left. They could even trade for the Akali, and he's going to get... He doesn't even need the rest of the team. Oh my goodness, Froggy does go down, but not before removing 2 members from the team. The Baron buff is here. They've got double stacked tank minions in the top lane. This probably is just the game coming out from the side of Saigon Buffalo.
It's 15 seconds till style, and he cannot clear a minion wave with Baron. This is going to be a 21-minute victory for SGB. They smashed the draw. Okay, it might take a little bit longer, thanks to Mr.
Same
Inhibitor,
fair.
but yeah, there's absolutely nothing that GAM can do. They just focus the Nexus. It's gone. It's done. It's dead.
It is a combination of draft diff, which we knew coming in, but the fact that they understood what the win condition for the side of Saigon was, and they said, let's play into it, and then failed not once, not twice, but 3, 4, 5 times over and over again. Like I said, it's chalked from the beginning. There is nothing you can accomplish in a game like this. GAM goes back to the drawing board in an unfortunate circumstance. The one thing I will say, it didn't really bode well for Saigon to win a game like that, because it's like, okay, you win because you had an amazing counter pick. They lost to it really quickly inside of the game. You don't really get much for next game, right? Your next game strategy is, oh, let's get Vayne into 3, 4 melee champions and then also feed her 4 kills. That's not something you can work on.
Yeah, you're not going to really get a circumstance quite like that again. Plus, GAM are probably going to switch back to the red side themselves, so you can't really... You're not going to be really set up that comfortably for an R5 Vayne like that. Plus, they have to be aware, much more aware now that, okay, Froggy can play Akali. We are not just seeing an Akali and going, well, that's the top lane pick, because that was the thing. I'm fairly sure they felt extremely comfortable seeing that Akali and went, okay, cool, we can go for this Scion pick, we can go for this flex. No, you cannot.
Yeah, the tools being added to the tool belt slowly. Again, it's Saigon's always capability of drafting really well. Ren does an amazing job there. GAM back to the drafting board, back to the drawing board for what is going to be our game number 3. As the competition is starting to heat up, GAM actually getting tested a little bit for the first
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through hell and rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions break, the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through hell and rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through hell and rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it. Rise. Deep in your blood, deep in your blood, go and take it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the VCS English broadcast of VCS Week 3 Series number 1. My apologies here in Week 3 between Saigon Buffalo and GAM. GAM, great game 1, terrible game 2. Saigon, I guess conversely, terrible game 1, great game 2. And now we get into game 3 for the first time, territory that has been unexplored by GAM for the majority of this split, as we've considered them to be the untouchable gobs that they were in previous splits once again. Now finally finding some way off the back of what was a really poorly planned draft. Mobby, is there anything else to say about this game other than just like, okay, it's a draft diff, it was a
Sprint the
GG from
draft.
the beginning?
It was a bit of a GG from the beginning, but there are a few things you can touch on. That is, they did give that massive spot in that mid game where GAM just stole so much. They stole a pick, they stole a dragon, they stole a 2-for-1 tower trade. Actually, it was 2-for-2 overall because they did have to give up that mid lane turret, but they stole so much. So that shows that GAM, even if they legitimately sprint 8 kills into a vein, they are not actually completely out without being able to fight back. But they did still sprint 8 kills into a vein.
So I actually want to touch on this real quick because it's a really important concept to me, and it's a very rare opportunity for me to take what I did before this and bring it into this light. Are you familiar with? I don't know how familiar you are with fantasy sports, but basically there's what we have called garbage time, which is when if you're down 50 points to a team, right? They don't care anymore. You're not going to score 50 points on them. So if you score 2-3 times and you get like 21 points in American football, no one cares, right? The defense doesn't care. The coach doesn't care. They're slacking. maybe that's part of it. Maybe this was garbage time from Levi, just cleaning up some of the stuff because they knew being down 8 kills to a Vayne was probably a death sentence from the beginning. But this is all just pure conjecture one way or another. I agree, it's things that should be cleaned up from a Saigon Buffalo squad that had that definitive advantage to begin with. But at a minimum, you definitely prop yourself up on the fact that the versatility of your players really shined through right there.
Yeah, the ability to flex that Akali that has been historically a house mid pick towards that mid lane has really just blew GAM away. They clearly were not expecting that to come through, and despite this bot lane still actually performing pretty comfortably. Granted, they were isolated for a lot of it, as all the focus was on the top side towards this Vayne, for better or for worse. Style still looked fairly comfortable. He was still able to push out damage. He was still able to find that gold, and it just it was actually not all completely absolute doom and gloom disaster for the side of GAM. They threw the game away in draft. They made it worse in the first 10 minutes by just running 4 melees into Vayne. Yay, Lee Sin. So hopefully, if Levi goes towards something like the Hecarim, we will actually see 2 relatively active early game junglers. Lee Sin much more active than the Hecarim, of course, but these junglers are both top tier. They are fantastic to see play, and we will actually get to see a very good game out of this jungle. Hopefully we don't see just another gap like we saw in that last game, but I think this is a very strong setup. You're
also about an hour and 40 minutes ahead of schedule in terms of talking about what was going to happen when they go through these bans and saying, okay, Lee Sin needs to be the first pick because both these junglers are great at the champion, and yet they picked Thresh in game number 1 to some understandable degree, but here in game number 2 now you actually get your comeuppance after what happened in the first game. Saigon lost, they came back, they said Mobby told us to pick Lee Sin, and so they go for it here and now. They also take the Nautilus away from B, which has been the preferred pick. The Xayah also to come through here for Shogun on the bottom side as some kind of salvage against what could come through from GAM.
So they're expecting once again GAM are going to do the thing where they just dive bot over and over again. This won't protect you from the level 4s, like the really early ones, but once you hit that level 6, you have another defensive tool, the Nautilus, to remove that CC bot in the bot lane. That's just going to make sure no matter what you do, you're going to get caught, you're going to be railed and stuck for 10 minutes. Graves again for Kiaya, that worked out fantastically. Again, banning the Jax and the Tryndamere to remove the big answers. Interested to see where the bans from Buffalo go. It's Leona and Victor. Okay, so the options are still available for those defensive supports of the Thresh or the last pick support. It's interesting to see.
Yes, just trying to make sure. It's a little weird just because, again, you see the Nautilus, but they're obviously trying to get some kind of interaction here with B and the remainder of the map, depending on what they see across the board. A few things come to mind. I know Galio, it's actually something I don't like on Froggy because it hasn't been great. This is far better in my mind because it's much more comfortable and accomplishes basically the same things Galio does, but without a semi-global ultimate to come out here for the likes of Saigon's competition. So there is that to consider as well when it comes to what they're doing. I also like the possibility of maybe lethality Xayah here. Tell me we did not just get another Vayne locked in?
We got a Vayne top, so I think it's going for a similar principle as the the cannon. You're sort of taking that range match up into the grave, so it's not as strong. Your true damage this time means that the whole breaker purchase is not as strong, so you probably dissuade that buy from the graves. I don't know. I don't love the last pick Rakan into a Nautilus. I mean, your lane is pretty much over, especially if that's a lethality sire, because that is just so much lane pressure coming through. But as it comes late game, you can completely ruin the day of 280 carries if you throw this Rakan towards them and find those charms. So the team GAM is not necessarily looking to win the lane quite as hard this time. You just kind of can't without jungle interference, and I don't think you're going to have as much of a easy time doing that against Lee Sin Nautilus. So maybe we'll look to see Levi just make his way into the top side, try and punish the Heartsmen, make that useless. Work alongside Cardi, who is going to crush the gold department on this mid lane, because Diana farming into a Vex is just Lamau, plus it's Froggy CS Lamau. So yeah, I think GAM taking it to the top side this game is what I would imagine the players, and then hope that they can't punish the bot lane of their own bot lane, because B&J making his way down to bot, if Froggy comes down too, that is the obvious play for me if I'm Buffalo.
So who wins this game ambiently? Because when I'm looking at this and I'm just saying, like, okay, let's take junglers and ganking out of the equation for right this moment, and let's take a look at like what happens lane to lane. You get Vayne versus Graves, which, like, I can't imagine that's going to be the most kill-intensive lane unless we're seeing flashes at the very beginning for between the two of them. And all of a sudden things get crazy because Graves has so much burst. I think it's risky for Vayne to go like jumping towards him. But obviously she can still space him because she's got range, and his shotgun blast can be blocked by minions, things like that. You talk about like there's a lot of burst on Froggy versus the control mage and like the more poke and just kind of decisive diver coming out from Kadi on the Vex in this game. And then bottom lane, it has its own kind of interactions and things to talk about. Who wins that matchup? Because I feel like this is one where GAM eventually don't feel great about the choices they make in their comp unless they get some movement from Levi in the beginning.
So it's sort of a if lanes play out with no jungler interaction, you've got a very strong mid lane victory for the side of GAM, I feel. Bot lane and top lane should lean towards SGB with a much stronger bot lane difference going down that way. But if everyone just AFK farms for 30 minutes and shows up with three items at 30 minutes, with 30 items as well, whatever, why not? But then yeah, team fight around 3 items at even, I think leans more towards the GAM, but the lane should be much stronger for Buffalo.
The call was made prior. I was a little worried about the call potentially of talking about lethality Zai, because it's not always something that pros like to go to, but there's a number of reasons to do it. First off, B having to flash on the bottom side after burning the Ignite on Shogun. I'm not sure if the call was just mixed there from Style and B, but clearly something was on the wrong page, because both of them end up in very different places when it comes to that 2-on-2 fight. What I was about to mention, though, is that, again, you talked about how at the beginning of the game, levels 3 to 4, 5, before the level 6 comes through, really difficult for Shogun to avoid ganks from things like a combination of a Hecarim and a Rakan, but the lethality Zaya, when you go for more AD, when you go for the area for trading, and you go for Q maxing before anything else, gives you so much more attention on the wave that it allows you to not have to play that silly game that's actually being played by Style and B, attempting to control the wave to make sure that their Hecarim can gank properly. Is okay, down on the bottom side, no flash, no ignite, B goes down.
Yeah, a flash from Shogun did come out so it seems that might have flashed for a good pull on the feathers. But yeah, B&J makes the first move on the map, does a full red cycler into the bot side gank, whereas Levi, he's gone for the full clear. He's gonna encounter Taki in this jungle, but yeah, okay, so we find it's just a good engage, and then flash from Shogun to actually get the vision so he can keep auto attacking and look for a better pullback, but the flash actually comes through from Style as well to
watch the W. Kiaya!
Yeah!
Revenge from the previous game. Now he gets to be on a ranged champion, and he gets a little bit of fun into Hotspot as both summoners on both sides end up getting burnt in mid lane as well. Everybody wanting to scrap at least a little bit. Levi is going to come in. He's going to get the egg. Froggy times the E perfectly and sneaks through the horse auto attack. Levi must have just clicked through the tower right there.
This is a double kill angle from BJ. Double kill angle from BJ. No, too low to so good moves from Froggy to keep that alive, but it does deny the ability as Taki.
Oh, Taki finds one onto Levi. He's going to be able to get the first one. Now the reinforcements are all here. This is BJ, like you said, calling him as getting the double kill potentially. Unfortunately, not able to stop that up. B and Cotty able to walk out relatively
Double
freely.
kill
But
from Taki.
double kill from Taki. And we get to see
We get to see
that's a replay. Now that's a replay. Okay, we missed the important part of this replay. We really didn't need this part, unfortunately, but
kind of
that's
missed
okay.
everything.
Yeah, we kind of missed the important part of this duel.
I'm gonna assume more or less that smoke screen just very strong into that into an 80 carry. So that's good to see. We're gonna see this wave crash from Haasmed. Lots of support towards this top side. Gonna try and do his best, but nice easy cleanup. The rotation is in place from GAM, so they can't commit to a dive. And overall, it's still a fairly even game. A few kills on the board for the side of SGB, but you're seeing the gold sort of show up in places like the support. That's where the main goal difference is, if there is really any, because we're seeing the top lane build up. We're seeing this massive CS lead in the mid lane, as we sort of expected. It's actually only about 10 CS, but it's gonna get better. It's gonna get bigger. I feel in my bones as Froggy landing his Qs, doing his best, but he cannot really approach this wave, so has to really just farm on cooldown with that.
And would you look at that bottom side, the lethality side alongside the Taki Nautilus, bullying the bottom side of the map. Again, having all this control that we talked about on the bottom side, really powerful. Having champions with a lot of kind of innate damage with their kits, also incredibly powerful as we talk about what happens in the later stages. As the first dragon taken away by Saigon Buffalo, able to snag that one up, give themselves a bit of breathing room. Like you said, right now, about 2 full waves of advantage in the mid lane. You have the kill on top side as well. You got Levi, who's farming like a monster, but you're having these strike back. Saigon is still able to compete in a number of different avenues in a game like this.
Yeah, B just spending a little bit too much time lurking around the top side to defend Kiaya. It's Taki that makes his way back into the lane first and is able to punish Style on his own. There's no real escape from that. There's too much CC on the Nautilus, and especially combined with that Blade Call, no hope. So B is trying his best. He's trying to get around the map and link up with Levi and get something done, but he kind of can't do anything. He's only level 3.
Oh, actually, both sides here feeling the effects of everything. Style with a great rocket tags Taki at the front of that fight. The glacial augment means that there's no aftershock, so very squishy Nautilus once the shield ends up going down, and because of that, I mean, Froggy did his best to try to find an alternate onto Levi. We were waiting to see if anything else was going to happen right there, but unfortunately it's not the case, as it's just a cross-map rocket. Nice kill from Style picked up here off the back of some tit for tat happening in the jungle between GAM and Saigon. Yeah,
B still just sitting at that disadvantage, and experience is an issue, but getting that kill back through the assist onto with the rocket to Style, that's exactly what they need. They need. I really want to see B, and I mean, it's too late now. Neither support is really going to get it, but I personally I like to see supports leech a little bit more, especially in the 8 minutes, so they can try and rush that 6 before the Rift Herald, especially if they leech. If one support has their ultimate before the other one, it's absolutely game-changing. You can completely demolish fights. We saw it a bunch pretty much at Worlds last year. That was won a lot of games, seeing players like Beryl and Mako just sit in mid lane for like the minute before the Herald spawn and just soak experience. That was good to see. But it's 8 minutes now. Herald's up. Herald's alive. There's not even close to seeing something aside. Taki could find it before anything comes to fruition, but Garma just not in a position to respond, it seems.
The level advantage Taki has continued to level, because he was before even the wave before on bottom side. Taki had this. They've got the same setup there. Rocky in game number 1. Taki had found a hook as a thresh onto a Nautilus in that game. Here he's going to find Levi. Big burst coming out from Froggy. He's able to hit multiple members with it. BJ trying to find something. GAM end up with the first kill onto BJ, who's not able to get out of that one. It seemed like Saigon had everything they wanted to land. They just didn't have the damage for it to be able to finish things out. And now GAM, I mean, they get control of top river. They get the Rift Herald. They get the mid mid lane push. They kind of get everything, even though Saigon were the ones to really full engage that entire situation.
And I think it's just the fact that Fear is a really strong CC and can completely disrupt your momentum, and you're looking at two main sources of it with Carty and Levi just completely destroying, completely upsetting that. Plus, Styles able to contribute a little bit from across the map with a rocket. Shogun cannot do a thing except crash a wave and steal a plate. So, good pickup for GAM. They pretty much come away from that 100% on top. And now with Kiaya pretty much actually just smashing this top side, this is a very easy setup. Though that is not a Hecarim, that is a Vex without a Rift Herald. So not going to be the conversion into lots of tower plates and gold onto this Graves.
Nothing like that quite yet. In fairness, I think Saigon's composition doesn't bode particularly well into Jinx when there's 4 champions that reasonably could be ripped apart by her just landing a handful of rockets through the majority of the team, and that's not counting like Nautilus. I guess I would count like half of Nautilus, half of Froggy, or in terms of their ability to survive. BJ up the top side to find something on the Ki. It's all about the Q. Flash gets burnt, so it's not going to end up meaning anything. And it is the trade of Flash for nothing. So Hosbed's not going to lose that one. Had to burn the Ghost at some point. As bottom side, here comes Levi.
Ghost and Ultimate from Levi seem to be the trade, but from Hosbed rather. And yeah, no, there's the wave clear from Zyra is a bit too strong. There's too much CC threat to be dragged onto tower and make that aggressive push. So Levi can't really find the angle to attack this bot lane. Definitely not quite yet. They kind of need Buffalo to overextend and Shogun to put himself in a bad position. Or just attack Froggy.
Froggy, pretty much immediately, he tanks basically the entirety of that Hecarim combo into the great setup that had actually come through from Cotty right there. No way! Froggy! Oh, he tried to make the great escape, but Style lands a massive rocket onto him the second of the game to be able to snipe away a kill from the side of Saigon Buffalo. And with that, it's all that's necessary for them to be able to push into the mid lane. They're probably not going to push all the way down. They do still have the Rift Herald in their back pocket, so like you had prophesized just a second ago, just a few minutes later than what you had thought it was going to be, still a big play to come through. Feathers have already been pulled to try to clear the wave. Shogun pressed the ultimate key. They actually find a number of members under the tower waiting for another feather pull, but that's not going to come up anytime soon. Unfortunately, that means that BJ is going to get gunned down by Style underneath of the mid tower. Could have been a massive play if that feather pull came back up.
Ignite picking it up for the side of B, and we're just going to see this push straight into the ultimate of Cardi. Pretty much stuck in CC for so long, but not quite enough damage to find the main kill. But this prediction, this shepherding from Levi, just pushing him into that corridor. There's pretty much nowhere left for him to go. That rocket is wide enough to take the whole thing. Yeah, great coordination. A good ability to completely deny what was going to be a good escape from Froggy.
And now, I mean, I will say there comes a point in the game where Froggy's side laning becomes better than most control mages. This has happened, I think, a number of times he's played Diana, where he's had the ability to go, I'm going to be down 30, 40 CS in the laning phase, but past 15 minutes, I'm going to be able to side lane better because I'm going to be able to burst you out. And all of a sudden, he's able to spike back up. So there is still room for growth here. A 1.5k gold advantage isn't huge. And the Dragons just got evened up, I believe, on both sides. Taki goes for a nice hook to come through. Shogun's able to put down a ton of feathers. He's gonna have to be able to get a nice pull, but so many members go down. At just the beginning of that fight, BJ had to get out, but Levi's still hot on his tail right now. BJ did deny a little further, just going to be able to get away from Saya. Nice kick coming out from BJ to deny the Hecarim any further access into the jungle. It looked like a promising fight. I really thought the feathers were going to make a difference. Cotty actually finding a nice angle on a Shogun as well. He's going to be able to find the few. The Q comes through. Electric Q puts so much damage into Shogun. The feathers are there, but he can't pull them and hit B. Oh my goodness, the number of times Shogun has had the feathers in the right position to make something massive happen. He just hasn't been able to pull the trigger.
Yeah, we see them clump up, they try and make the play, and it's plays out extremely differently because of this CC setup from the Rakan, able to get them all locked up in a nice group for the Rocket to knock them down. And we're seeing, we're sort of just seeing more or less what happened in Game 1 with Buffalo trying to make nice plays, but getting countered. It's gone a little bit back and forth this game. This is a much closer and a very exciting one, rather than just everything falling apart for Buffalo, but things like that are just not working out. Now you have a 0-2 Diana in the mid lane. That feels a little bit bad. That's not really coming together at all. Your advantage in the bot lane that you had been slowly piecing together is just gone thanks to a couple of great across-map snipes. Pretty much 3 snipes. Pretty much all the kill Style has picked up has been thanks to these long-range rockets. Kind of just hanging out, pretending they're still playing Jin, staying as far away from the fight as possible. As we see now, BJ, they're losing control over this Herald pit, but if they can find an angle, if they can find a good flank, I'm very upset we never actually got to see the replay of that first Herald, because that was pretty much the point where GAM turned around and started running the show. But now, maybe they can find a collapse onto Froggy and BJ, but they blast Cone out. Now there is a bit of a pincer setup onto GAM, but neither side of this pincer can really take the brunt of Levi and B just running at them with all their CC.
Oh my goodness, actually quite a bit of action right there.
Oh.
Hecarim finds himself in a wall, big ultimate from the Diana, but it doesn't matter. There's no damage to follow up any further. BJ with no Dragon Rage kick after everything else. It completely shuts things out. GAM once again find themselves clustered together, find themselves on the receiving end of good ultimates, but it doesn't matter because the damage isn't there from Saigon. The backup damage isn't there. Like you said, the pincer move seemed to be the option that they were working for, but unfortunately, it just doesn't work out. They get overloaded on the top side of the map, and they're going to lose top tower and Rift Herald in one fell swoop.
They're probably going to lose yeah, they do lose the mid lane as well, as Style just walks down and feels completely comfortable in the 1v1 up against Shogun. And yeah, it looked great. Like, it looked kind of like Levi had overextended, as we're going to see here. He gets knocked back wonderfully by Hasmed. But you see this flash W from Cardi, this double fear, it saves everything. This just cleans up the fight. Those two are gone. There's no more solo laners, no more fight to be had for SGB. And they clean up the Rift Herald. They can drop that down into this bot lane if they want. If they find a huge play in the mid lane, they can crack open this mid lane turret if that's the angle. And they're just sort of... We're just sort of seeing Buffalo just trying to scrounge what farm they can, try and make a play as we see this overload into this bot side. Gonna try and see what they can do with this Diana ultimate. So it's just coming up.
Ooh, here comes Levi in an attempt to find something. Taki's able to hook himself out. The flash also gets him completely out of harm's way. Froggy's still here. They don't understand the Gale Force from Styles actually going to get him completely out of danger. And because of that, now Froggy is the one on the receiving end of the game. Style fights that one as Cuddy's chasing back Shogun, who's going to be forced out of the fight completely. Cuddy's going to be able to wrap around, and this BJ is in some real danger if he doesn't die to the rocket, which he does first. As Taki's underneath the tower, he is now completely under danger as well, and that's a triple kill for Style on the Jinx underneath this bottom tower. GAM playing to the win condition that's been getting him so many wins the majority of the season.
And with the Rift Herald to secure it, they're going to pick up this tower. They can probably very easily push this through to yet another one. And this is just a huge gold explosion. We're seeing GAM rocket ahead to that massive gold lead, as I forget how to count for a second. It's 7k, and they can fall back onto this dragon that is just spawning as well. It starts off nicely. Taki whiffing the hook completely lets Levi disrupt everything Buffalo was going for. They were trying to make a play, but they weren't quite ready for Levi, is my guess. And this tower dive, it's a very long one. It's played out very nicely, because you look at how close the health bars were to going down. We'll hold that.
Now Froggy is actually going to be able to pull back one member. He tries to trade on the Kai. He's going to be able to get that one. Levi on the other side trying to find something into Shogun. Not going to be able to, as 1 for 1, actually 2 for 1, all things considered at the moment. Cuddy's going to be able to find another one as well. So it's 3 members of Saigon going down. I was going to say 4, but Shogun's ultimate proves me wrong for just a second there. So thankfully held my tongue until the last second on that one. This has been a game where Saigon has had, it feels like the agency was there towards the beginning, but they really just haven't been able to accelerate any of the lanes the way that we would have wanted them to. And because of that, it's just been so hard as Saigon has slowly trickled plays into the hands of GAM.
Very, very lacking in sort of this mid-jungle pressure, and We saw a move from BJ at the start, gets down there, picks up first blood from B, and then from there, nothing. He doesn't show up again into pretty much any lane. And meanwhile, Levi's trying to make things happen. Cardi's moving his way around the map. The skirmishes in these sort of corridors in this jungle kept going the way of GAM, and yeah, it's just nothing sort of came together for Buffalo despite their best efforts. There's this Vayne slowly doing their best in the side lane, but it's much easier for them to kill her this time around. As yeah, they try and make a pick onto Kiaya, but Graves is a tanky fella. They get him eventually, but the damage is being done on the other side. Levi and B are able to cause so much disruption. Style, again, he's never really in the play at the start, but he can contribute from an early position with that rocket, and it's enough to just keep the fight rolling and keep the kills coming in for the side of GAM.
And it's a situation where it feels like Saigon are on like last legs to find a fight. GAM across the board has been doing fine. Kiaya at minimum is neutralizing Vayne to the best of his abilities in a side lane. That's the best case scenario for Saigon. Levi's just been running the map on the Tekker the majority of the game. That is the first time I've actually seen the burst work out, but unfortunately they burn 2 massive ultimates to do it. And because of that, now B actually pulls the kill, but it doesn't matter all that much. Kadi is here, going to be able to press the ultimate, going to be able to find Froggy, I think, after enough time, unless he has auto damage. He does not. Fight on the opposite side is going to lead to a little bit more action between these two teams. PJ trying to find Kiaya, and over the wall goes Hosmed. He flashes on the Vayne, is going to be able to pick up a couple of kills. That is a massive play from Kadi. Put him right on top. Hosmed's still going, though. Hasn't been able to deny anything. Finally, the kill comes over. The Vex able to put down Hosmed before anything gets completely out of hand. As that is going to be a nice clean sweep from GAM. 5 members going down on the side of Saigon in exchange for just the 2. An outcome style from the base. The Baron buff is available. Maybe Shogun, maybe Froggy could try to get here in time, especially with the Hex Tech portals. I'm waiting to see whether that's actually going to lead to anything important right now, but it seems like the Baron is the full call from GAM.
Well, they've decided to leave. We saw them head that way, but just pushing towards these lanes, just taking this blue buff.
Here they come.
Not really going to contest. Oh, actually, they might contest now.
Okay, never mind.
But yeah, just a little bit late as Kati
actually back
is
Oh, that's now Shogun. The ultimate's not going to land from Kati, so that's going to end up being just the 1 kill. It feels like if they beelined it there, maybe they could have accomplished something, but unfortunately they didn't make that happen. This all started off with a pick into the mid lane. The double ultimate from Shogun and from Froggy. Again, the resources expended here at the beginning of the fight just led to such problems from the side of Saigon.
They unload, and it's actually just a nice cutoff from B. The ultimate from Kati, pretty much 100 to 0. Shogun, of course, but B is able to cut them off, stop the retreat, and let them pick up this double kill. And the survival of Kiel gives enough time for Kati to come back with his reset ultimate, fly in, get the huge fear, and they're able to just slowly take down everybody else. It's a huge pickup for Kati, huge plays across the board. This Vex really pulling it all together, coming up huge for this team in this game, as now they have the Baron. Now they can try and break down more of these turrets. If they finish off these towers, get the gold into their pockets, as Kiara is pushing the mid lane, so they're going to siege put the focus on the inhibitors at the moment. A little bit slower this time. No hull breaker for Kiara to work with in terms of sieging, but it's enough to keep the pressure down, draw the attention and the ire of SGB to give Style the room to put his damage down. And they're just walking back and forth, not really given the option. Unfortunately, now the waves are completely desynced, so it's a little bit easier for Buffalo at this stage. So GAM just need to either look for and engage themselves, as it's actually B that's going to be caught out here. He does dash away.
Gotta be really careful if you are effectively like anybody up against this Vayne because of the number of shots that you can put into it. But GAM, across the board, they've taken quite an advantage just in an individual level, which has been humongous for their success here on the day. That second game, not really indicative of what we've seen over the first, and now what is the third game from GAM, where they've just been in complete control of the majority of everything. Props especially to B in this one. B has been having perhaps some of the best MVP performances we've seen from supports all season, and in this one actually has 21 kill participation, or 20 kill participation, my apologies, on 21 kills that have come through for the team. So that is at least something to consider when thinking about what this team's success really has been. A lot of it has been off the back of this support in this bot lane that have been doing so well. They've been able to take in their third dragon. Now they're setting themselves up on Soul Point, especially Hextech Rift Soul Point. That's going to be a big one for the team fighting that can come through, which is exactly what Saigon are looking to do. So a bit of power in that regard, always helpful.
Yeah, only that solo kill that Kiai managed to grab onto Hasmed at the early stages of the game. Everything else, B has been an important part of his. Hasmed is deleted.
Hasmed still alive. He gets a couple of auto attacks. It's a question of how much further is this team willing to go. Shogun actually drops the feathers. The ultimate's going to go down, and he's going to be brought down by specifically Levi. He's able to get another one right there. BJ trying to find a little bit of something. Kiai flashes right on top, and the rest of his team is behind. Diana able to find a solo up against the Vex deep within the jungle of GAM, but it doesn't matter to them. They've got the wave coming in. They've got more than enough members here. They should be able to at least take the inhibitor, if not just outright close the game.
I don't think they can quite close the game. Froggy is gonna be back, but okay, never mind. Kiai is very angry at Taki for some reason. Okay, it doesn't matter. They aren't gonna. Oh my god, poor Froggy.
Oh my goodness, Style actually he is living to the namesake. Style gets inside of the base. Only Hasmed left no wave. Yeah, ruining it slightly. Is his bottom laner. Style of all people you'd think would know not to ruin that one for the ADCs. That's the support. It's the one thing that they actually have outside of CS per minute, of course, which makes them the best in the league. But unfortunately, it looks like GAM has set themselves up to where they're going to be able to complete the game right here and right now. No more playing around. No more KDA. They're just going to finish the game as we speak. Towers going down. Multiple members from Saigon Buffalo might be back up to be able to defend it. They might have to walk away. They are going to lose Style in the midst of everything. It's a big shutdown. And the Hextech Rift is going to get him out of dodge. Make sure nobody else actually falls to the same victim that it would just actually occurred from their one teammate. Everybody give a nice salute to Style as he goes down in the midst of everything, so everyone else can escape.
All right, so open Nexus, Hackroom on the enemy team, but no teleport, so not quite gonna get quite the level of fun that certain LPL teams will give us, but I don't think it'll matter that much because that was pure hubris playing against GAM there. That is the only reason Buffalo were able to survive. Just GAM could have reset much earlier and just come back with a much better reset, much better advantage for taking fights. But they're still just pushing in this aggressively. Levi, he's in a spot where he can get pretty easily caught out, but he is also a hack room who can pretty easily get out with his ultimate. So he's going to do his best. He's going to just keep this wave push, keep the pressure on while the rest of his team sort of sets up around this Baron, and he's going to mosey his way on over there. He just has to be there before BJ is really it.
Yeah, the rest of his team actually might kill it. No, they're not going to kill it quite yet. They've got a couple of ADCs to be able to work with here. They've got more than enough damage. They're going to be able to secure this one in the Baron buff, going into the pockets of GAM. Again, I always love to talk about this because it's a minute 37 till Dragon, which sets up their soul point, which could be humongous for the team. Again, against the team fighting squad like Saigon, they're going to be playing together to the best of their abilities because that's the one strength that they've got. But at this point, again, with the Hextech Drape on the board, with the Baron buff, they're going to be able to do quite a bit of irreparable damage to Saigon's base at minimum. And with that, that means that GAM is going to, at minimum, be able to take the Rift Herald or the soul point pretty much for free. Saigon looking to mount some kind of defense into the rest of the line. Goes Cotty, who's able to fight quite a bit. Dive into the back line from actually Levi. Gets thwarted a little bit. Hosman's still alive. BJ still alive as well. But unfortunately, that is Shogun who goes down to the shotgun shells of the graves. And everybody just falls to complete pieces. As that is a huge play from Kiaya. A huge play from GAM. As they end up a 2-1 in the series.
Let's be honest. They're gonna go home and not give Hanke any dinner for that second game. So I feel that one that one doesn't. That one, if any game doesn't count, that one doesn't count for GAM. Yeah, they came in, they played it out extremely well. They found good advantages where they could. They ran the map once they got that lead around that Rift Herald, and just beautiful play out of the Vex, taking it out of the hands from Froggy, Cardi piloting it. I had major criticisms of him at the start of the day, but he showed up very well in the first and third game. And again, yeah, that second game doesn't count. We're gonna put that over there, not talk about it.
It is effectively a 2-0 with one really bad draft coming in from the side of GAM, which I think is more than reasonable. I'll say their early games did look a tad shakier. There were moments where Saigon actually seemed to have a bit of footing to work with, but it just wasn't. It wasn't ever really a cohesive plan from Saigon. They didn't have the same kind of preemptive setup that they would have had in seasons past either. So a definitely mortal look for the side of Saigon, even though they had the right plays. And again, it's a question of GAM. It's like, okay, if they don't mess up their draft, if they don't kind of lose the touch on a couple of things, the team looks like they are untouchable. They're able to command in every position in such a way that it's so hard to find a real advantage in any place for any team. So it's an astonishing win for GAM, a big statement wins so far. They are 4-0 at this point, and currently they are up 2 wins, one over Cerberus, who is a 2-1 team, and one over Saigon, who is now 2-2, but was a 2-1 team at second place alongside Cerberus. So it's not even like they've been beaten the bottom teams. They've beaten both of the other competitors for that number 1 slot along their path.
Yeah, they've bullied a little bit at the bottom. Secret and Flash, they cracked those last week. I will say, Cerberus, you do have to put that star, because that was Cerberus playing with Pun and Yardo, rather than the past Jane roster that they've had. They've played pretty much 4-0. They haven't lost a game with that roster yet. We will see if that continues against the resurgence of SBTC tomorrow. But yeah, so having those advantages over the top teams is fantastic for GAM. They are feeling very comfortable right now, and overall, they're looking like they can sort of claim that old classic of having some of the best players in every position, or at least top 2 players in every position. But might be, I don't know. That's something that you'd probably have to argue a bit more in depth somewhere else. But they have good players, is basically the point.
That they do. They've proved it time and time again. And now they're sitting in a position where it feels tough to say anything bad about GAM, because at this point we're poking at things that we don't even know are absolutely true. It feels like the only people who can get GAM's way are GAM, which was evident in game number 2. So hopefully that doesn't happen again for us, as GAM take that convincing 2-1 over top of Saigon, consistently keep themselves at the top of the running. The only game they've lost all split, and now still undefeated in match score at that number 1 slot over every other team inside of the VCS Spring 2022. We're going to be back. This is only the 3rd time this split. The 3rd time this has happened over the course of the entire split, where we have had less than an hour and a half of break, because these games always go 2-0. This was a 2-1, which means we only have 40 minutes until the next series starts. So make sure stay within spitting distance of the monitor, stay within spitting distance of the stream, because obviously we will be back very shortly with our second series of the day between Team Secret and Sky, hopefully with an actual play-by-play caster, because that's not really my forte. Either way, we'll be back very shortly. Be sure to stick around, catch the rest of the VCS for the day.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. Where do I go? Tell me where do I go? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push to heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Get it on, go. Get it on, get it on, go. Get it die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through and rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
Welcome back, everybody. Rebel did unfortunately have to go to sleep,
I miss
but
him.
I miss him too. We've picked up an inferior caster, but we still have you, Marby, so I'm sure you can carry me as we go through. Series 1 was a nail biter. It went the distance. Will this second be the same? We've got two good teams here, Marby. How do you think it's going to go?
We have two teams that are struggling right now. Team Secret has been. They had a good showing in their first series, but they've had a good fight against GAM as well, and they're getting one against them, but then got flattened. Burst the Sky, they smashed SBTC in that week 1, where SBTC looked like the worst team in the league. They've struggled since then as well, losing to Cerberus and Luxury. Luxury also looking on the downturn. So it's just hard to say that these teams are doing well. If we look across to the other tournament that's going on, the SEA Games, we get nothing from Secret. They're playing a whole different roster.
Yeah.
So that doesn't help. Burst Sky are looking better, not fantastic. They're taking games off SGB. They're beating Cerberus. They're beating Team Flash and Luxury. There, it's going okay, but it's still just doesn't seem to be translating to the stage of the VCS, which is a shame because this team could be great. Meta changing might help them out a lot with the move towards Hecarim, though. There is that.
It's true. The pony coming back in is definitely a help for many of our VCS junglers that really love the play style.
We're also seeing Udyr in some of the other regions.
I
like,
don't want to manifest that.
I think
Udyr
we
stay dead.
saw a band up in Korea or LPL. I forget which one, but in one of those two.
Wouldn't surprise me too much, but let's get into how these teams like to play, because maybe saying we've got good teams here was a little bit of an overstatement because they are struggling, but I think they're somewhat evenly matched. BTS is kind of disappointing us a little bit, while Team Secret kind of settling into where I think most of us ranked them. Based just on the VCS, because I don't really want to get into C games, how do you think these two teams actually match up?
It's how do they match up? Very similarly. They both sort of look to have fairly strong mid jungle duos that look to bolster their bot lanes. Their top lanes can be points of weakness for them. But overall, the difference is I think Secret is a bit more balanced across all three roles, where in BTS's case there is a strong side, definitely, and a weak side, definitely. Ryuk is not really surviving up in the VCS against his counterparts. He's not really holding his own. Aomina is a strong rock. Glory is still putting up the stats to say he's a good player, but there's inconsistency between him and Drakthar working together, and it's kind of dragging them down if they aren't able to just steamroll lanes.
Fair enough, fair enough. In terms of star players, though, where are your eyes being drawn? I know what your answer is going to be for BTS, so maybe we should start there.
BTS, the obvious ones are Glory and Alamina, the two star carries. They are the crux of most of their wins. That's if we're working on star. I don't necessarily think they are the most important because BTS can always sort of rely on them to do well, but those two cannot do well without the support system of Drakthar, who is the most inconsistent of the group. And if he has a good game, they look fantastic. Ilio is also fairly inconsistent, but he doesn't have as much of an impact when he's playing badly to drag them down, it feels. So, stars are the two carries, but the support network is far more important for them.
That's fair enough. And over on the side of Team Secret, what have been the shining lights?
Eddie is the obvious one. The bot lane has been alright for Team Secret. The other one, which feels weird, is Hero. An inconsistent star for absolute certain. His Camille game pretty much won the 1v9 against SBTC, but against some of the bigger top laners, he does struggle. He will probably be completely fine against Ryuk, though, so I would be looking up there as a potential win condition for Team Secret. Otherwise, yeah, you're looking at Eddie. You're probably looking at Artifact. You kind of can't not look at the last big Team Secret player from that lineup back in 2019. So, who's still on the roster, on the team? I mean, so yeah. we kind of, it's sort of the same positions, but a little bit more of a wild card on the side of Hero for Team Secret. But yeah, I think the biggest problem with Team Secret is they don't have the star power.
Yeah, that is sort of what I wanted to get at, is that so far no one on Team Secret has really stood out to us. It's why I think most of us ranked them 7th in the power rankings. Maybe I would have put them 8th if I'd known SBTC had certain subs, because they have definitely looked better than expected. We are soon to get into draft. So are there, aside from the jungle picks, are there anything pick-wise that you've really got your eyes on? Maybe some new meta stuff?
I'm looking towards the top lane. I'm fairly interested to see the sort of answers. Renekton is going to be a big priority for the side of Ryuk. He loves that pick. Plus, and then, you've got Hero. What can he do? What can he do to play into that? Does he bring out sort of an old faithful like the Gnar? Does he lean into something like a Camille and try to 1v carry through that? Then, I don't know. Otherwise, I'd just be saying I'm looking to more of the new picks that are showing up around the world. The Veigar, that we've seen a little bit of that, but not a huge amount. Things along those lines. A bit more of the stranger picks. Do we finally get to see a Enchanter or something a bit more a bit spookier in the top lane along those lines? I don't know. These are both kind of weak side top laners.
Yeah,
this is the opportunity.
And draft is here, so if we'll throw immediately over to that one, we will see if we do get any fun drafts as Syndra and the obligatory Zeri removed. What do you know? Riot releases a new champion and they're permaban until the next new champion. What a shocker. Viego also being taken out there by Secret, who are over.
A few more weeks until we get another red side ban.
You'll love to see it. My. But it seems like it's more a focused ban strategy out of Team Secret, right? And BTS are just doing tier list.
Yeah, red side, you're kind of forced into a few bans. Gwen is such a strong pick, best blind top laner in the game by a long margin. Karma as well has kind of slipped under the radar for a lot of people, but it is a very strong pick that's been terrorizing like solo queue and stuff. So the transition from that into the game is definitely something that more teams should be looking at and worried of and picking that up. As is first pick Jinx, you're just gonna see that traded out very easily for a Velios, and you can run a Thresh, you can run a Lulu, or you can get your choice of a jungler.
Looks like they are going to lean towards that Thresh, what's being hovered at the moment, locked in. So that's a very powerful bot lane. You pointed out that Almine has been a real star for Versus Sky as well. So he is in a position early in the draft with a lot of resources being put towards him. We'll see how Team Secret do decide to answer. Lee Sin makes a lot of sense. Drakthar super comfortable on that. It's just a ridiculously strong jungler for everyone. So wouldn't be surprised to see that one getting locked up. And there it is.
Yeah, fairly strong pick. Everyone in the VCS can perform in it. I was going to suggest something, but that doesn't matter anymore. I was thinking a Renekton Nidalee could be an option. Penguins Nidalee is fantastic. It's a takeaway from Ryuk. It's a good start. But as is Nautilus, standard sort of counterpick to Thresh. I feel an Akali pick is a little early here. If I would be locking in the Hecarim and then sort of banning away some picks, some good counter picks to whatever you're going to blind, probably like a Graves, and then ban those counters. You can do this. You can do the ban, pick the Graves and ban the counters here, but you do risk losing that access to these good junglers like the Hecarim. Though Drakthar defaulting back to Xin Zhao is still an option.
I think there's also a strong chance that this is a Graves for Drakthar. I know we don't like that on this stream, but he plays it a lot. So I think there is a strong chance. Maybe. We will see. Hero is a big Jax player, so maybe it's just a target ban. We won't know for at least a little bit, so we'll just keep our eyes on it. I hope it's top lane Graves. I do agree. I don't like the Drakthar Graves whatsoever. But he does make it work every now and then. Xin Zhao being removed means they're rating it as top lane Graves as well.
You can also go for this jungle ban as a means to force that Graves down into that jungle pool as you take away some of the bigger options. The Xin Zhao, the Hecarim are the two most obvious. As I said, Udyr is coming back in other places, so that is still an option if they decide to go that way and just want to stick to this top lane Graves strategy. With that Tryndamere pick, it would be devastating to change it on your own draft terms. And if you're just going to ban the Jarvan, it should be a 4-pick Hecarim here, 100%.
We'll have to see. I agree with you.
This guy are smart. They can always int, but it should be a 4-pick.
Doesn't look like it. I mean, they're blinding the TF, maybe making Team Secret not be able to pick a top laner confidently because they don't know 100% where the Graves is going. I agree. I don't like it very much. I'm shocked TF fell this far through the draft.
No, I'm not. Team Twisted Fate's kind of fallen off in priority in a lot of places. But yeah, Graves doesn't really have too many bad matchups. The Camille is, well, it's a Camille. Camille has no such thing as a bad matchup, but Twisted Fate definitely does.
Are we going to get an Ahri? That would be exciting.
New Ahri is pretty ridiculous on the patch, so
I agree.
Take that in. There's you've completely smashed the draft because you've got very good lanes, and what really can the answer be for Burst the Sky? You might go for a Poppy jungle to just sort of. I would say Poppy jungle is your best option. If you're just locking in Hecarim in here, you need to dock the payoff your coach because they've sprinted the draft down.
I mean,
on that back half, it's such a.
I think the ordering of the picks was bad, but I think the draft they've actually ended up with is completely playable.
I think the Twisted Fate pick is just not really worth going for. It's also a bad Glory pick. I have never liked Glory on these champions that have to roam to have success. Like him getting out of lane is always good and better for the team, but if he's confined to that or failure, it often falls to failure because he's a very lane dominant sort of player, and if he's going to get rolled over by an Ahri, he's not going to be able to access the side lanes as effectively. It's just you've lost one of your best players. I think this is a huge draft loss, especially considering your players. You have to consider your players with the draft.
That's very true. I think Team Secret have walked away very happy though. They've put themselves together an extremely strong draft. We'll have to see how Artifact goes on the Ari. Of course, this is a pick that is only just re-entering the meta. Ari largely dead competitively for quite some time. She has re-entered. Yeah, turns out a rework generally raises your pick rate. It's pretty crazy, hey?
Yeah, it hasn't
rework.
succeeded in the past. They've reworked it like 3 times since 2013.
This is the biggest one, I think.
Yeah, it's probably the most significant, having those extra charges in the ultimate that reset
Yeah.
that give you on the kills. That's nice. The change of the passive makes it a little bit more consistent. Actually, makes it a little bit less consistent, but better at a higher level of play. So that's why it sort of shows up more in pro, and it might still be a little bit dodgy if you're playing it in my hands, because I can't CS on that thing.
I mean, you're bad. We know that.
I can't CS. That's why I play jungle and support. It's true.
You need to work on your CSing, positioning, ganking. Anyway, moving swiftly on.
That's why I play tanks.
Moving swiftly on. Yeah, this is a very dangerous comp here from Team Secret. If they land an early pick, you get the reset on Jinx and on Ari. They can just immediately have access to a huge amount of mobility, moving around fights. It's going to be tricky for Sky to navigate it. I'm not quite as down on the Twisted Fate pick as you are. I mean, I agree that I don't think it's a good glory pick. I definitely agree on that. But I think overall, the pick is okay if you're playing essentially a raise the puppy comp with Armine. That's what they're playing, and they have to execute that.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's also a really hard raise the puppy comp. It's also really hard to play a raise the puppy comp into what Team Secret is working with. It's always awful playing it into a Camille, but you know, when you've got a very obvious, this is the only person I need to drop my depth charge on from Zuhao. It makes the team fight from Secret extremely simple to play out. It might not work out. Execution is still something they have to work on against BTS. But I do think it relies so heavily on BTS able to prove me wrong. Glory has to prove me wrong on this Twist of Fate. If he stays in lane forever and doesn't do a thing, it's just gonna roll over. There's only if Aphelios is the puppy to be raised, there's too much on the side of Team Secret looking to kick it.
We don't want to kick puppies.
We don't.
We don't. We have to, anti-Team Secret action if they're going to kick puppies. Regardless, we are on to Summoner's Rift, Marby. The first game of our second series here between our 1 and 2 teams nearer to the bottom of the ladder. So far, it's just the 5-point defense lined up. Are you spotting anything interesting early on in the runes? It's all looking pretty standard to me.
Yeah, no, that's all looking fairly standard. One thing is what may be worth mentioning is Zhuhao's opted into the Aftershock, looking to be a little bit tankier himself rather than provide the damage.
Team Secret, late invade.
Yeah, it's gonna work out. They are much stronger in that level 1.
Yeah,
because
no way you can fight.
You have an Aphelios and a Hecarim. These are not strong level 1 champions. Drakthar is gonna do his best to walk past towards the wolves, but
that's smart. It denies. This is smart. It denies a full vertical clear from Penguin.
It does, but he's gonna pick up this Grump. He can probably pivot into just picking up the red and then go to his own blue side, not miss out too much as a nice hook lands. But
it's not going anywhere.
It's not really gonna amount to too much. A bit of trading onto Aomine, but yeah, no, it's a good start. They can really look to push this lead on to Penguin as the hook, just a very, very strong hook when Eddie and Zhuhao winning out on these trades early on.
Yeah, I mean, unsurprising, Jinx almost always going to get access to level 2 first, get that first wave shove. The Rockets, they're pretty good for that, Marby. And they're playing around it well. Artifact pushing in the Twisted Fate as well. Ari with a lot more early wave clear than Twisted Fate. More wave clear at basically every point in the game, if we're really being honest. And I'm just trying to keep track of these junglers because it looks like Penguin is not interested. Zhuhao, the old jungler, of course. Penguin is not interested in clearing his jungle. It's a 4-man dive in bot.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty much reliant on the charm, I think. I feel there's not quite enough of a wave to
Few
really
misses.
work with.
Penguin's going very low. Zhuhao gets hooked. They should be able to pick up this first kill. No!
Oh, no.
Elio! Oh, this is a disaster, Marby. It's a disaster. It's a massacre in the bot lane as they've already picked up 2. Eddie having to flash under tower. Does get the kill, though. Glory can't continue. They've got to be super careful about Elio. But they made the play and they lose out hard.
Yeah, they lose so much. Their kind of saving grace is that it's actually Glory that's picked up these kills, which on one side, you know, thank God it's not the Aphelios, but on the other hand, this does open up Glory to actually access the map a little bit more, get more AP to fix his wave clear.
Glacial value, by the way.
Glacial value, of course, but it also could have gone so much worse. That hook just completely whiffs. And then, yeah, the tower just gets to build up so much. Great wildcards for coming in through there. Now, Glory, I would have liked a little bit more bloodthirst out of you, my friend. I think with those double buffs, with a good gold card, you could have pretty quickly run down Eddie. Or at least you forced the cleanse for sure. So I like a little bit more out of Glory. I think you could have pushed that advantage better. But as is, you're taking the 2-for-1. You pick up these early CDR boots and a Dark Seal. You are very happy to just start shoving this wave, start pushing onto Artifact, and now you're hoping that by the time of level 6, you will be the one with the priority 90% of the time and can look to make these first plays. And look, Blue Buff is certainly going to help you get that priority.
Yeah, Penguin tries to make a move towards the mid lane, does get spotted out by a ward, though. So, will not be getting anything done there. Just want to have a look towards Dragon. I don't think so. Not with the state the way the lanes are in. Drakthar just having a farm. This Hecarim so far not having an impact, but he hasn't needed to.
Yeah, Drakthar is just having a farm. I was kind of worried about him pathing towards those Raptors. He's wanting to try and maximize his clear a little bit, but his pod side was heavily pushing. It's not going to actually be punished, so it's fine at the end, but I would have liked him to finish those wolves and then wander a little bit further down towards his bot side. Just, that's how, but anyway, doesn't matter. He's all good. Everything's fine. It's just going to be a little bit of trading back and forth, waiting for the next thing to happen.
Hero? That's not what you want at all. And now there's a Twisted Fate. Oh, Hero's killed himself. This is oh my god, Hero. He got blinded by the smoke screen and forgot where the wall was. That is unforgivably bad. But now we come down to the bot side where there is a big fight as Zhuhao flashing forward, just trying to get something done. But Almine is able to walk on away.
Yeah, and it's really...
Oh no. He's just TP'd back. Oh, okay. They're not actually going to commit. It's not going to be a dieback.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad angle from Drakthar. Doesn't get the real pushback. So nothing too much going to happen out there. But he's looking for a reset anyway. He's only got that ruby crystal and boots. He wants that reset to come through regardless.
Whoa, okay. Zhuhao, don't back in their face like that, my man.
Yeah.
Team Secret, this is just sloppy. This is really sloppy League of Legends.
This is really bad. You
almost just feel like they're tilted. I think they're tilted from the dive. This is unforgivable. Did you forget where the wall was?
So, if it's extra bad because it's kind of just into space. It's not even like
it's not like
narrow
you barely missed. If you barely miss and you're blinded by Grave Smoke Screen, I will say that's pretty silly. But
I mean,
whatever.
it's not like you can
he
still
missed
see...
he missed by about 90 degrees, Marvin.
Like, yeah, you can still see the walls in Grave Smoke Screen.
Yeah.
It only really removes models on the rift, not the terrain, but it in the end shouldn't hurt the matchup too much. It is a Camille, and it's a Camille. Like, she's gonna suffer a little bit because she doesn't get to rush the Hull Breaker, but she will get to that stage where it doesn't matter. She's gonna get to 2 items, and Graves is gonna start struggling again. Unless the pressure gets
kept. I don't even know if that's true. We'll have to find out. Because look at this, they're just gonna do it again. Because now they know
if
that
they keep the pressure up, that stops it.
100%. But of course they can keep the pressure up. Sky, they're just winning all over the map. They don't actually end up pulling the trigger on a gank here, but they know they have full control, so they're just going to start up a Rift Herald. At 8 minutes, no contest from the other team. It will be traded for some tower plates, as Eddie is actually stabilized. This is actually a potentially very scary Jinx.
Yeah, Jinx is going to pick up, well, probably going to pick up at least 2 off of this push. In particular, they're going to grab a dragon as well. There's not really much it can do. He's waiting for Elio before he can approach. And they know the jungler is down there. They know the Lee Sin is nearby. And with Glory pushed in, and Glory very low, being traded on extremely heavily by Artifact.
They move on to the top side, though, as Hero going for the outplay. Gets Ryuk incredibly low, but won't take him down. Just barely surviving.
Yeah, popping those potions, doing work.
Yeah, but now there's a Moonlight Vigil, and Zhuhao? Buddy? Did your monitor DC? Artifact and Glory having a scrap. We'll have to come back to it in the replay. Artifact with more charges of the rush. As now, oh god, Sky, they are getting farmed up. They trade back 1 by Glory. He has a gold card locked. He keeps Elio alive, but it's only for a moment. Now Glory faced the 2 very low health enemies. Oh, Artifact! He survives on less than 40 HP.
Yep. Very close. Glory. So I think if we're going to go back, I think the thing was they made that play expecting Ari and Penguin to be there faster, but Glory ulted in and slowed their progression. And that meant that Zhuhao was kind of left for dead. Eddie not wanting to step up, being a little bit of a coward there. Let's see. Artifact's coming down and he gets intercepted as the dive begins. I think that's the big thing. It catches out Zhuhao. Penguin is also in the middle of the lane, not really contributing. It felt like a little bit like Zhuhao left out to dry there. Eddie is able to pick up the tower. He is able to pick up a kill for himself. 2 overall with Almine still going down. But it is traded back a 2 for 2. It's only that tower being the positive that makes it good for Team Secret. They are still just kind of falling behind as they pivot towards the top side. But Ryuk should have enough wave clear on this Graves that it's not too much of a problem.
Yeah, particularly Hullbreaker. I think he'll be all right. And yeah, we can see he cleans the minions up nice and quick. The one saving grace here from Team Secret is that while they are not making gold positive trades, it is mostly a Twisted Fate getting fed compared to a Jinx getting fed. Obviously, the Jinx is the better side of that. Aphelios, I mean, yeah, he's having a really hard time. He's 30 CS down. It's not Almine's fault. He's been under a lot of attack as Ryuk should be able to lantern out. This is now more tower plates for Eddie.
Are we really
raise the puppy? Raise the papu?
Yeah, but your puppy has kind of put up a sign saying, "I'm hunting alone." Which means that
he doesn't have
walking around to defend him is oh right. Wrong puppy.
I mean from Team Secret, yeah.
I interpreted it. Sorry, I interpreted it as the puppy has shifted to Ryuk.
No, I mean that Team Secret. I think maybe they have to just raise the puppy because we were talking about it in draft as something Sky has to do, but with how the actual gameplay has been going, completely independent of draft.
I don't think so. Ari is 1-0-2. Ari's fine. Camille will eventually be able to delete Aomine.
No, that's not how this is meant to go, Marby.
That's unfortunate. And Drakthar, he's gonna go for it. Yeah, he wanted to go for it, but he really needs to just hurry up and get back to dropping that Rift Herald because it's about to expire. There we go. But here it is. Here's the teleport defense. Here's the defense from everyone.
Collapse. This is actually a huge
made
collapse.
a mistake.
Oh, well done, Glory. Very, very well done there, flashing away. Perfectly timed.
Good flash. Good sidestep of the Q as well. It does mean the gold is only injected into Drakthar, which is a very unfortunate use of the Rift Herald. overall, yeah, that pressure on the top side kind of like you got a few kills onto Camille and that, but that's really the big win of that. It's not the Rift Herald. It's not the ability to crash into the tower. But Elmina, he's parked himself in the mid lane. He's able to do what he can. It does. The play does go over to Elio, who was apparently the last one to hit it. Interesting.
Interesting stuff.
Interesting, but yeah, I would have thought no one should have gotten that play. But anyway, it's fine. It's a moot. It's not really an impactful thing overall. As we're at the 2K gold lead for Sky. Dragon 1 has been taken by Team Secret. Second Dragon is up. Team Secret have the priority of position. Glory's ultimate is not up quite yet. So
Has a TP though. It's that TP unleashes in 2 seconds as well.
Yeah, but overall, you're not really in a good spot to contest.
Oh, Ari gets hooked. There's no follow up though.
Yeah,
Surprised they don't jump on that.
Just no ultimate from Drakthar. Oh no, wait, no, Drakthar should have his ultimate up, but here we go.
And
Maybe
now
they can win the
Sky,
fight.
perhaps a little bit too late on the engage as the Dragon's already gone down. Jinx has gotten her first reset. So has Artifact. Elio with a heroic play, but it just doesn't matter as Sky gets bursted. The heavens are shattered. It's a triple kill for the Lee Sin, and only Ryuk will live.
And as has seemed to be the curse, something has happened within Sky, and I don't think it's something with on the Rift, because it's the team fighting of this team has collapsed completely over the off season.
Do they have their microphones turned on? I think that's something to check.
Yeah, like it's been a reoccurring thing across most of their games. Their laning holds up fine, but they fall apart in these team fights every single time, and just miscommunication. They blew the box and to try and pick the Ahri, but no one fell onto it. They dropped the ultimate late. It's going to be a ace into a Rift Herald for the side of Secret as we look at this again. Alone is Drakthar. You should start the channel before the ultimate pops off. You funnel into this choke point where the Jinx rockets rain down hell across everyone. And Ryu gets away thanks to the Hulk Breaker, I believe, but it means nothing. He's just a Graves. He's not going to do anything. Tower down, the Rift Herald gone. I believe that's still in the back pocket.
This reminds me of a quote from my favorite kung fu movie of all time, Kung Pao, Enter the Fist.
Oh.
Option A, engage while the Ahri is hooked, kill the mid laner, get picks, and win. Option 2, walk into a choke against Jinx and die. They should have gone with A.
I don't think that's how the quote goes, but
It's pretty close.
paraphrase, adapted a little bit. But
Doing well there. He's actually trying to. He plays that to perfection to make sure the kick goes the wrong way. Does go down in the end regardless, but now the rest of Sky has reinforced. They pick up one on the backside. Drakthar not tanky enough to face up to it though. Moonlight Vigil. It's only the Calibrum though.
yeah,
Managed to get away.
just the absolute worst guns for Aphelios right there. Cannot really contribute as much as he wants to. And as mentioned before, yes, there is gold there. Well, there was a gold lead. It's been evened up now on the side of Sky, but it's focused entirely on this Twisted Fate. And I'm going to take a sneaking suspicion that Glory hasn't gone and pivoted into rushing a Lich Bane anytime soon with that extra gold. So, nope, just that utility option, which, while, yeah, it does provide that, of course, that utility is useful in a team fight. You have no damage. You are lacking quite a bit of damage at this point. The Lich Bane will come on through shortly, I believe, with that Aether Wisp. Could go somewhere else, but it would be weird for it to go somewhere else. But yeah, there's not enough threat on the side of Sky to really capitalize on overreaches or mistakes from Team Secret. But there's more than enough on the side of Secret.
I mean, when you think about how well Ryu
Sky.
played that situation, delaying the kick for so long and then eventually being kicked in the wrong direction, And the fact that they still lose out. Now Glory being collapsed on. He has absolutely no hope here. Artifact will be claiming a kill. That is Stacks of the Dark Seal. Lost? No, never mind. He already sold it. And Marby, I think Team Secret are in full control. Somehow, after this disastrous early game.
Yeah, they made mistakes. They flubbed these dives, but Jinx never actually paid the price for it. The bot lane was just had too much control the entire time. They never lost really priority on the lane. As okay, we're gonna hold this.
Yeah, Ryuk trying to find a way out, but Cho'Gath. Where'd that come from?
Yeah, Hullbreaker doesn't mean anything when you get to do 200, 300 true damage every 2 seconds. It's kind of ridiculous. So, yeah, poor little guy. He's doing his best, but it's all
they have beef with the little guy. Can't believe they have beef with the little pirate. It's kind of messed up.
Yeah, it's just nothing. It's just not coming together for Versus Sky. They are not communicating at all. Their waves are pushed up in entirely the wrong places. Easy pick off, no vision to support their split pushes really. And so we see Glory, he's taken advantage, he's on this top side again. He's banking on the fact that we saw everyone on the bot side, but people can reset and cross the map extremely quickly on this rift.
Yep.
So he is still technically in danger. I mean, he's not now because he can see can see everyone. At this moment, he should have a good idea where they are.
He'd also press ult if he gets spooked. As Almene will lantern himself out to safety. Can't get the tower.
Yeah, and they trade for a bit of tower damage. They get the top tower as well, but they have traded it for the Drake. It is soul point for the side of Team Secret. They are fine. They're getting a little bit pulled around. These side laners are doing a bit for the side of Sky. The tower taking potential from Glory's Twist of Fate is still there, and it does give some gold back. But in 5 minutes, unless they find actual gold onto Aphelios, it's not going to matter. He's pretty much done on his Lord Dominic's regard, but by the time he's done on that, Jinx will be done on the Infinity Edge, and that's just going to be...
Marby, I have a solution. And you're going to think it's heresy, but I can justify it. We go 1-3-1, Glory builds a Hullbreaker. And I know that sounds like heresy, but what's better than 1 pirate? 2 pirate.
They already have 2 pirates.
No, they don't.
Twisted Fate and Graves are pirates.
Okay, I can't say what I was about to say, but you know what joke I was going to make.
Anyway, these 2 are, and they're not good pirates. They are not very competent pirates.
They're terrible pirates. They don't have their mum. Their mother is not here.
It's true, but yeah, I mean, you could do that. You could go for this option and try and pull the map apart, but your stack of 3 is dreadful at holding up to the scrutiny of Team Secret if they just run them down. Yes, you can try and collapse them, but then you've got 2 hull breakers worth of stat of item slots. You're missing that slot efficiency in if you try and collapse to a 5v5 for 2 hull breakers. That's just too much. Glory makes a pick.
Yeah, they do get this pick onto Ari, so that's a good start. Zhu Hao does manage to get away, shoves himself out of there. Hero arrives, but immediately backs off. Ryuk with the smoke screen. Ooh, Zhu Hao.
Good hook.
Gets hooked, but there's no actual follow-up. They don't have the Hecarim ult, so it is just going to be a pick onto the mid laner.
Yeah, they find that pick. That is a start. Ryuk, unfortunately, not able to provide anything to really stop the escape of Team Secret. They do get a pick. They do force out a teleport. This could be utilized effectively, but right now they've blown pretty much too much. They've blown too much of their arsenal to try and contest anything else. So they're gonna have to sort of hole up for these next couple of minutes. Again, keep shoving these waves, keep playing the trying to manage these waves until probably this dragon. They might be able to look for something around the Baron in the next minute or so when the ults start to come back. Here, just flash, gold card, Everfrost. Nothing they can do. No cleanse on the Ahri, so just run. But that is everything. That is everything. If the teleport comes through, there's nothing left to punish it. Unfortunate.
140, Marty, until it matters. Because Soul is going to be on the cards in a minute and a half. And we've seen disastrous dragon fights already this game.
Yeah.
So it could all be decided there.
And at this point, it's looking like a secret win around this play. They've got so much control over this bot side. They don't really seem to care about this top side. They know versus Sky can't do Baron without a heavy 5-man commit. They need at least Ryuk and Amina on there. They need the double marksman because the Glory's not going to be able to do as much. It's fairly slow even with them there. So they're just saying, we just need to control this side, and they are doing it fantastically. They have full priority on the mid lane because they've got that. They still have their outer tower. Sky does not. They have fully pushed. They can fully push in the bot wave, then control the blue side jungle. And this means Sky is always second. They can get vision thanks to Glory's ultimate to cheat that, but they can't. Don't really want to use that ultimate for positioning before the dragon. So right now, you probably can pop it now-ish at 15 seconds to sort of force your way into a good spot.
I think they need to do this with the Hecarim. I think we need to see Drakthar having an impact. He hasn't done a huge amount this game.
Yes. Yeah, I think he needs to sort of start popping the ult now.
The TF.
There you are.
Hook goes in. Do they follow? Oh, Glory, where have you gone? He just shows up on, I feel like, the wrong side of the wall. Now they don't get any damage done. The first kill's been picked up by Team Secret. They get a second. The Jinx is rolling. And he has to play this one safe. It's a big kick out of Penguin. And now it's all about Artifact. Tails waggling as the Ahri charges forward. Gets a big kill. It's a triple. And Team Secret will claim the soul.
Yeah, easy done. They're gonna claim this mid lane turret as well. They can probably just look to pivot onto the Baron as well afterwards if they wanted to. There's not really much Burst the Sky can say about it. Their entrances to the pit are kind of down for ages. So they're gonna reset. They're gonna play it a lot safer than the greedy old me would, but teleports to try and I feel like
he tried to big brain it, and it just doesn't work. This is a shocker.
Yeah, you see how much disarray is instantly caused the moment Hero goes in. That Hero goes in, chunks out Elio, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, panic!" They try to kill him. Stopwatch is good. The amount of space bought by the invulnerability, the untargetability from the ultimate cast, it lets Addy and Artifact just rain chunks of AoE damage down onto this team.
What
nothing Sky can do. Sky just fumble every time. They are not getting proper team fights set up. They are not being proactive at all. And yeah, look, Team Secret, they're going to take this. There's very little contest option for Sky because they're just always in the wrong spot.
Yeah, this is a shocker from Sky. It started with a pretty bad draft, and it's continued with even worse play. I really thought after the early game, after the disastrous dive, that Sky looked like the stronger team. But it's just been this approach to objectives. 2 dragon fights have just had horrible, horrible shot calling from Sky. They haven't looked like they know what to do around that objective, how to take control of the bottom side river, and Team Secret's putting them in the dirt for it.
So on player strength alone, Sky is a fairly decent team. Not top of the table, but I'd say on strength of players alone,
4th or 5th.
I think 4th is pretty comfortable. They are the worst team in the VCS. I feel comfortable saying that. I feel they have no team play. They have no coordination. This is what it feels like over these past 4 series. maybe they can turn it around. I don't know.
It feels like something has gone desperately wrong with the cohesion of this team. That was smart play by Artifact. Just want to shout that out. Teleported back to push up the wave. Just good heads up play.
Yep.
Nothing crazy.
Shooting the tempo. Hold.
And now they're just going to go in. They pick off Elio, who has been playing for Team Secret this game. Drakthar will be the next one to fall. I'm surprised he can die with how invisible he's been. Glory, the one possible shining light, will also fall to the guns of Eddie. But this is just a push in. They've got to teleport to bring back another. It's going to be Hero, and this is going to be a game 1 secured for Team Secret. And honestly, Sky, if you're going to play like this, we don't need to play game 2.
Yeah, like you're playing out the early game. The micro looks fine in terms of lane, in terms of the part where you don't need to interact and be cohesive and join up. But once they hit the team fights, they are falling apart. They aren't rotating around the map and coordinating pushes on side lanes. They aren't coordinating anything.
The fact of the matter is that Team Secret didn't play that well. They were fine, but their early game was pretty shocking. Honestly, it was not a good early game from Team Secret. Sky kind of dominated the early game just because Team Secret kept falling over themselves. And yet, that game was dominated by Team Secret. I'm going to be honest, Sky, that was shocking. You need to improve or you're wasting my time. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or maybe a little bit longer. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. what's this? A draft. We're coming straight in as Team Secret looking to close out the series. Burst the Sky. You got to play a hell of a lot better than Game 1, or I'm going to be a very grumpy Carrix. As bands are rolling in, Gwen Karma, Syndra, Zeri removed. After Game 1, what needs to change?
I think you need to put something like a solo carry into the hands of pretty much everybody on Burst the Sky. Burst the Sky each needs to be able to carry independently of each other because they are not working together as a team. That is how it seems to be working. I don't know, like, Drakthar is not being aggressive enough. He's not trying to push any advantage. We saw Glory pick up a lot of kills in the early game. They played an okay early game at punishing Team Secret's mistakes, but it fell flat because it was all on a Twisted Fate that wasn't actually able to help out and get anything done for the rest of his team. We could play a side lane game, try and go for that, but again, you look across at how they've played it and no coordination, no protection from Split Pusher. And if Team Secret can just sort of... They can't run it back perfectly, of course, they've lost the Jinx, but if they just run back a strong early mid-jungle duo with a lot of a set-up bot lane, they can just pretty much run it back. And the onus is not on them to make the changes, switch it up. The onus is on them to just do it again. Maybe
The fact that they're opting into this rise so early, I think the Ahri looked pretty good for Artifacts. Okay, they're just going to pick ADC again. I like that. It wasn't so much pick Ahri now, it was why show your mid lane this early. So I like that they just picked up the...
And that early was very weird. And now, Burst the Sky, Drakthar, he's going back to something he's much more comfortable on with this. Zhao, though, he should be comfortable on their hacker. Only had to play it all of Spring last year. Now, I'm probably looking to try and take the Nautilus. That's the This doesn't help. It doesn't help because you don't get the defensives until it's too late. If you look in the Nautilus here for Team Secret, they can just dive your bot lane, and you can't do anything about it because they get all their CC tools that they need well before the Devour comes through. This time Kench is just a sitting duck that just gets chewed up over and over again.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that one. They will just lock in a Rakan as well. It's a decent pick against the Kench, not a traditional counter. I think Thresh is pretty much considered the counter, or Blitzcrank. If you're going to go all in on countering him, but a sort of soft counter, nonetheless. In the Rakan, yeah, I'm not super happy with the Tahm Kench pick, particularly when
Kench did just get saved a little bit because
I mean, you could have just picked Thresh though, right?
Yeah, as I said, if they just lock Nautilus, that bot lane is insanely diveable. I think Thresh is
Play with the Jinx?
It's Team Secret that has.
I'm
Sky.
talking about for Sky.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
For Sky, yes. Sky, I would have said something like I would have picked the Nautilus myself, honestly, as a takeaway. The Thresh is definitely an option, but I think the Nautilus combined with Jhin is just too much CC to deal with as a bot laner, and a Thresh Lantern is not going to help pretty much at all. So I was hoping the Nautilus takeaway, but yeah, this is just this bot lane is kind of bailed out by the fact that Team Secret wanted to go for the Rakan, and that eases up a lot of the pressure in the very early stages.
They did lock back in the Ahri. A lot of mid lane bans came in. 3 were removed in the second phase, as well as Heroes Camille. So they just go for the blind pick Ahri. They will save the counter pick for the top side. Makes a lot of sense.
If Glory can play Veigar, this is the time to pull it out.
Yeah, I honestly agree. I think that's actually a pretty good call. Nah for Ryuk, it's a champion he's very good on. Azir for Glory, going back to a classic. Okay, bye, Marby. Okay. Evidently, Marvy's not too happy with the Azir. I do agree.
What year is it?
Azir is not as good as Veigar here. But
What
Glory's
year is
Azir.
it?
It's Glory's Azir. He's good at it.
What year is it?
2027. I don't know. 1984.
Is it
George Orwell.
2015?
I don't
Nine-
think Glory wasn't born then.
Nar and Azir should not be played. No, this is
I think Nar's honestly fine.
Nar is never good as a blind pick. That is just that's my belief. Nar is never good as a blind pick. He's also extremely bad into a Lee Sin, who can you jump in, you get told to piss off. Into a Jace, you jump in, you get told to piss off. Dreadful blind pick, awful. Nar is bad. Azir.
We'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes. I do definitely think Team Secret put together a much more on the patch draft. I don't disagree. I think you're underestimating Gnar. I think Gnar is fine for a player like Ryu. He'll lose lane to a Jace, but whatever. That's okay.
Gnar is dreadful for a team that has shown zero communication and cohesion.
Okay, fine, but they're not.
Even though I originally hate Gnar in pretty much every situation, it's even worse here for Ryuk.
I think it's. I don't have as big an issue with the Gnar as I do with the Azir and the Kench. Kench over Thresh annoys me. But let's talk about the Team Secret comp, because we've raged our hearts out at Sky enough, I think. What do you think of the Team Secret comp?
It's kind of the same comp to me. You're still looking to dive this bot lane. It's not quite as easy with this Rakan is in the earlier levels to set it all up, because you don't have the CC magnet that is the Nautilus. So it still plays out very much the same. The top lane should go a little bit better for the side of Hero. He can be collapsed on. He can be punished on this Jace, of course, but he's not going to have like a weak early laning phase. He's a Jace. He's going to be quite fine unless Xin Zhao makes his way up there and punishes overextensions or things like that.
Well, we are on
Ari's
the
going to get shoved. Ari's going to go bot lane alongside Penguin and just dive Jinx over and over again before pre-6. And Elio is kind of just going to sit there going, yay.
Well, Marby, let's try and do our job and, bring some excitement to the game instead of just being depressed. So let's get into it. We have hit 12k followers on Twitch as well. So thank you, everyone. That means a lot to us. Thank you for the support. But we have a game to bring you as minions have spawned, jungle camps are here, and the game begins in earnest.
Yeah, I'm angry. I'm disappointed. I've liked Burst the Sky /% in most their iterations, and this is just painful to watch. But we are seeing the start kick off, a leash on either side for these junglers, both heading towards the top lane. There's a decent amount of volatility up there, much more in the top side, just in terms of straight up volatility than these two in this bot lane. Sky this time around, they have the Jinx. They should be able to force the push, force the early level 2, and get some matter of control over the spot lane.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think heading towards the top side, try and impact that lane early, because if you can really set up Hero to demolish that lane, or even Ryug, get him able to rush in those those steel caps. That's the new name. So the steel caps. Try to get those in as flash charm from Artifact.
Yeah, and that's a huge play. Glory's dead.
Yep. Glory, Azir. Azir can be fairly safe with that shuffle, but that they're not expecting the flash charm. That's just too much to expect. And it's a good play coming out of Team Secret, off to a very good start. Artifact should be able to keep this pressure going. Yeah, you're just not expecting flash over the minions, charm in your face.
Lovely play.
Perfect position. Yeah. There's no play that Glory can make. Just holds his flash. It's It's all good. Maybe you can try to get Drakthar in there to punish the flashless artifact. You don't have too much time to do that because ult will be up before Ari eventually in a couple of levels. So, and when you've got that, you're pretty safe.
It's true, but this is a Xin Zhao, so it could make a play fairly early. As Drakthar clears a ward, and it's just going to recall. If Hero makes any poorly timed moves, he will be in trouble, but that's not going to happen. As it is just going to be this early first blood for Team Secret, putting these two teams apart. The rest of the map, pretty stable, pretty even.
A recall, bit of a cheater recall coming out from Almina. Going to grab himself a call and try to leverage this top lane. It's huge trade out of Hero. Ryuk is going to get some health back.
Oh, Ryuk, what have you done? What have you Why? Oh no. Artifact now could be in some trouble. The flash is not back, but Zhu Hao has arrived and Elio having to burn his flash.
Yep. Team Secret in the right spot at the right time. Artifact, they try to make a play onto him, but there's no hard CC to really lock down this Ari. Gives time for Zhu Hao to wander straight back into position. Defend there. And in the top side, Ryu getting a little bit high. If he wants to jump in and try and make a little bit of a... Try to win that trade on back end, get a good grasp proc, get a wallop down. But Penguin is in the right spot to completely punish it. That dash forward means you have to blow your flash. You still die in the process. But, so, yeah, it's kind of just Team Secret winning comfortably in the solo lanes and in the jungle. This bot lane is doing fine for the side of Sky, but jungle attention, mid lane attention has yet to make its way down there. And once it does, I can see it turning very quickly into the favor of Team Secret. Penguin's going to start this up, though. I don't think they're not. They should be aware of it.
They're evidently not. He is somehow he has slipped in here.
They
I mean, he's going to throw the wind becomes lightning.
Finds out
Okay.
now.
Yeah, now there's a very real steal. Penguin's going to wait for the Q.
You have to walk away.
I think you just throw the Q.
Oh,
Yeah, he gets it anyway. Of course. And now Drakthar dies. Sky, turn on your microphones. Talk to each other. Communicate.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Zhu Hao's able to walk up there first.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Okay, so Elio, very, very slow to respond there. Jinx should, like, Zhu Hao starts to wander up. Elio, you have to leave and you have to go with him. Eddie is not going to solo kill Almina under tower. Almina's stuck there collecting a wave. Fine. That's whatever. But as I think Ryu got solo killed as well. Yep, absolutely fine. Fantastic. Mini Na just gets completely demolished. We're not going to see the replay in the bot side probably for a while. We probably won't see it at all. Yeah, no, it's a decent move from Drakthar. The Wind Drake does a lot of damage to the Lee Sin, forces him right back out, but no response. No movement from the bot lane.
Bot lane's not moving, just walk away. It's just a Drake. Why are you losing the game over one Cloud Drake BTS? I just... Like, seriously, do you have microphones? Because you are playing like a solo queue team, and not even a particularly good one.
Yeah, so Penguin needs to probably wait a little bit. They can do a good chunk of damage to Ryuk, but yeah. Penguin's going to be waiting a while for Ryuk's Mega Knight to kind of... nope.
But now Hero's just spam dancing on him. I mean, what else is there to say, Marby? He just spam danced on him.
Yeah, so yeah, Elio sets the wave wasn't even that far crashed. Elio could have absolutely moved up way earlier. There's no forgiveness. There is no communication between this team. Elio needed to move alongside Zhu Hao, match him as he
These are
rotates
professional
up.
players, Marby. They're professional players and they can't talk.
I'm feeling like there's something going wrong. There's always something wrong. And this was our third place team, so it isn't that the players are just bad and do not belong here. They are just, something has fallen apart to this team's mentality. They are not functioning together at all.
This is oh boy. But let's recover.
But here's the thing.
Team Secret are playing well. I am happy to see the development from Team Secret. I understand that I've been molding. I will continue to mold. I have gone completely bald. It's going to take hours to vacuum up all the hair. But at least Team Secret are playing well.
Guess what makes it maddening? They're not doing badly in the other one.
SDA. Yeah, it's true.
So, the only thing I can hope, I can pray that they are just saying, we're taking the weekends off. We don't want to play 7 days a week. We don't care about VCS Spring. We care more about that.
I think there's a like I don't want to get too far into conspiracy theories and stuff. We cover the VCS. We don't cover. I'm not blaming you. I agree. But yeah, I feel like that is possible. I feel like maybe they look at it and go, look, realistically, we can't win VCS, which is not an incorrect assessment. Even if they were playing well, they're still not as good as GAM. Maybe we have a chance of actually having a decent run at SEA. Maybe that's their read. But if it is, I still think they need to play better in VCS than this, because this is a low gold solo queue team.
Yeah, there's a difference between not taking it quite as seriously. Like, maybe you...
I mean, GAM does that every now and then. Like, GAM has happy games, and they still win!
Yeah, but this is actually just... They're not playing together. There's an absolute difference. Astrakhtar is going to find a play with Hero and take out...
Finally.
With Ryu can take out Hero, but it's going to be traded on the other side of the map with this Rift Herald picked up earlier. And... that's going to be just more gold injected into Eddie. He's already 2-0. He's already very comfortable. And so, sure, it's some gold back, but it's onto your Xin Zhao and your Na. These are not players you really want that gold on.
No, I mean, this is... They're taking what they can get. They're getting the scraps at the dinner table, but at least they're getting the scraps. The TP is going to come in. You could call an instant dive. But they're not bold enough for that. And without knowing where Lee Sin is exactly, that's fair enough. They spot him now.
They should have known he was on the bot side, though. I think you're
maybe
right. They
he could have
absolutely
been
could
making
have.
track. Maybe. But they don't have to. I don't think it's a huge deal if they don't go for the dive. Penguin is going to pick up a second dragon. I will congratulate Sky. That's a dragon that you didn't instantly lose the game at. Well done, guys. Very proud of you. Because Team Secret picked it up uncontested. Glory, technically still a scaling threat here on the Azir. Should be one of the best scalers in the game. Maybe aside from the Jinx on his team.
Yeah,
But I think Team Secret are playing well. I want to move off dunking on Sky, and I want to praise Team Secret for a bit.
I
think they're playing well together.
They are playing well together. They are making decent plays around the map. They are showing aggression and initiative at least. And while we still need to see, we don't know how this initiative will work out against a team that actually seems to care. It is at least showing that they are showing signs. They want to do things. They want to get things going. So Ryuk, you can try and make a play here.
Yeah, they are going to try and have something happen, and this is a positive play here for Sky. A little bit of turnaround from Team Secret, but they are heavily outnumbered. But look at that Ari damage coming in. Penguin over the wall, but he's very low. Drakthar's going to follow, get the big shield. Artifact, can he actually find another spell? He can. It's a charm into the orb. This is still a positive play for Skies. They pick up 2. They fight back.
Yeah, they pick up 2. Glory able to play it very safe over the wall of red buff, able to just deal damage with those soldiers. Ryuk actually getting things done with this, finding his opportunities with the ultimate. It's actually working out. Playing through the Na and around the rage bar quite well. now that the main phase of laning has ended, and now is at the top side. He swapped up to match Eddie. The top is taking a beating in terms of tower damage, but that's mostly the Jace. Finds a start. That is a good start from Ryuk. It looks good, but you're fighting over this wall away from. You can't do damage from range against Drakthar with the ultimate. Glory's untouched. They're playing a very safe team fight, which is what their comp can do quite well. It's really. It could have gone a lot better if that rocket from Almina had landed and chunked out some team secret. They might have been able to convert that into more. But as is, you take a 2-for-1, especially when you've fallen this far down.
Yeah, for sure. And if they manage to slow the pace of the game and stop the bleeding, Sky's comp can still bounce back. So we may well be eating crow, but we are a long way from that.
And we get to see.
Oh, Ryuk is in trouble. Artifact misses the Everfrost, but he lands the charm. He's had homing charms on this RE. It's been really good.
Yeah, unable to find the rage to pop into that Mega Gnar. But on the other side, it's going to be traded. For tower for tower, but the kill up to Sky. Unless they can try and make something happen towards this mid lane. But it doesn't seem very likely with a Tahm Kench Azir.
But there are pings onto the second tower.
Yeah.
So Sky might just keep going, try and play around Almine. He is a strong Jinx. 140, coming up on 150 farm at 15 minutes. 10 CS a minute. It's not bad. Or just below that. This is still a hope. Almine, we pointed it out in our desk before this series. He has been a shining light for BTS. He's a fantastic player. They just have to actually play as a team.
Yeah, the big test we have to see is the actual straight-up team fights. Their composition is a little bit more straightforward to run it through than their last one, so maybe they can bring it all together. But yeah, once we actually get a big fight around an objective, that's probably at least 10 minutes away, or at most 10 minutes away, rather. So we gotta just sort of wait and see how they can actually do it. If they can actually force their way into a position, get the setup they want, or if they're just going to concede position to a team secret, let them build up their team fight, build their battle lines, and just run the team fight with all the decision making being on the side of secret.
Glory doesn't quite get caught by the captive audience. So right now, rather the deadly flourish, as the Herald will come in, crack open the mid lane. Yeah, they are backwards. Hey,
yeah,
should be the other way around. The trap should be the other one. But you know who else got trapped? Almine to the death.
Assassin, mage, thing, fox, lady, good against 80 carries. It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah, Nymera's wife is very good at killing ADCs.
Yes, and because ADC on the top side, well, ADC dead, but regardless. Even without that, it's still an easy pickup for this dragon. Teams Sky are just conceding it all. They are not contesting. They do not want to bite this early. And just kind of an unfortunate A-click there. It really wanted to just do the best, but Ryuk dead on the bot side. Thank you, picture.
Yeah, honestly, considering he got ambushed, Almine did pretty well there. He almost actually got a kill back. But our Artifact had access to everything and ended up winning it out. We did see Ryuk falling down in the bot lane. And we'll see a replay of it. I mean, what are you meant to do?
Yeah, potentially run as soon as you heard that Drake go down and just concede the tower without giving the kill over. But that's feels horrible regardless, and is kind of assuming that they're gonna run for you, and if they don't, well, it feels really, really bad. But just waves are being sort of played ping pong, just trying to shove it back and forth on these side lanes. Top lane is in particular just trying to find as much farm as they can for Burst to Sky, and Team Secret just sort of running the map, rolling on through wherever Penguin goes. The players seem to follow.
Certainly do. He's been having a bit of a cracker on the Lee Sin. Sky continue putting as much farm as they can onto Almena. We don't have the scoreboard at the moment, but I'd love to see how much farm he's managed to get up to. But they are still 5k down at 18 and a half minutes. Penguin having a bit of a jaunt, but not threatening anything quite yet, Marby.
And that's 5k
And
just on gold. There's the gold value of the extra movement speed from Cloud, the extra ADAP from Infernal, the extra armor resistances from Mountain. There's the extra base stats from the levels.
But I don't think you really wanted to catch this one. Thankfully, there's a fish to catch him back, and Elio takes his jungler to safety.
There's just so much extra gold that's not really marked on the scoreboard for the side of Team Secret, as well as now Ryuk. He's built his little hull breaker. He's doing his best on the side lane.
Ooh, it's a good catch. Onto Ryuk. As you said, he was trying to break hulls, but only he got broken. Now Team Secret, they take another kill. There is no objective to go for, so in the end, that death doesn't mean a huge amount, but it is just more gold sent over to the boys of Secret.
Yeah, AFK split pushing it, but again, Wave's not really synced. Glory's going to get a few orders down on this tower, but as the Wave was crashing for Ryuk, the Glories was halfway down the lane, so not able to actually convert Ryuk's death into a tower. And 1-6. He's been a little bit bullied this game. He's also been the only one. Actually trying to make plays. So,
I mean, to be fair, he jumped forward as Meganar when there was a jungler in the bush twice.
Only once.
No, he did it twice. The first time, whatever, you didn't know he was there. The second time, think about it, dude. He did it twice.
No, the second time, only the second time I recall saying he did it, and the jungler in the bush was his. He jumped forward, he's got killed. He's been dived a lot, he's been killed. He's fought in team fights, he's been killed. He's been killed a lot.
Look at this. He needs a little bit more damage, but he dashes away from the shuffle. Oh, it turns out waifus are better than husband knows as Eddie goes over the wall. Artifact doesn't manage to survive this one, but it just doesn't matter when they will pick up Drakthar as well eventually. And now they can move straight onto Baron because look at the bot side.
That's actually so tragic. Glory goes to predict the dash over the wall, but the ultimate just falls short as
you hero as he gets them. The gobble is there. The abyssal dive gets some distance, but the curtains are being called. The last shot lands onto Almine. There's a Lee Sin Q there. They get Gnar in the bottom side, and the skies have been torn asunder, and it is only Team Secret that remain.
Yep, AZ can just. They're not even going to break the inhibitor. They don't want to do that at this stage. They want to just turn onto this.
I don't think he could.
Baron. Yeah, they want to turn. They're going to turn into this Baron. They're going to clean that up pretty much uncontested. But Burstus guy is saying we are just going to go take this dragon instead. Yeah. At least buy us 5 more minutes in terms of a dragon soul, which is the correct call. It's absolutely the right call to make. Assuming they can finish it in time. But yeah, they should be fine, of course. But they are being we are seeing the Ahri head straight down towards the bot lane through river, and yeah, Hero cleans up this tower, and he interrupts he goes to interrupt the teleport. The teleport in the face, kind of not allowed. Very illegal, very punished.
I thought Ryuk was meant to be like the death god, not a dead god. I mean, god is a real stretch, but
Shinigami. Yeah.
Look, I mean for like how he's playing. I wouldn't call it very godlike.
No,
I've only watched that anime once, so maybe I'm just confused. But I'm pretty sure Ryuk was meant to live, as there is another catch onto Drakthar. Nothing lethal for now, though.
That's truly alive.
Yeah. But a tower falls. Team Secret bearing down. There is a Gnar off to the side, but he can't get in. They're going to move to the bottom side, pick up a second inhibitor, clean up what Hero started moments ago. And I mean, this looks like back in the day where they had ranked fives when my team of 14-year-olds went up against Chiefs just by accident one time.
Ranked 5 matchmaking.
It was great. It was, to be fair, it was our placement, so it was just like, we don't really know where to put you. Have a pro team. As Artifact dives in, hits the charm, but that was a little bit too deep as the Ari goes down. That's over-aggressive, Team Secret. You don't need to do that. But Elio?
Yep. He came, he saw, and he said, I'm not on Leona. What am I doing this far up? What am I doing? How do I play this game? No, it's... At this point, I don't know.
Ooh, Eddie.
What can you say? The game's been over for a while. It feels like it's climbed up to an 11k gold lead. I believe that's a 5 and not a 6. My resolution betraying me a little bit, but
Anyway,
if it was a 21k gold lead,
yeah,
I almost wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised, but it is only 11. Now, they will just go and try and pad their stats a little bit more as Drakthar's taken low. They will move into the base. Elio forcibly taking Almine home, but the fountain may not be enough safety even for this Jinx as they just... Where'd he go? Where did he go? He's just dead.
Yeah.
And that is going to be a 2-0 for Team Secret. One of, I'm going to say something that could perhaps be a little bit hyperbolic, but I think it's appropriate. That was one of the worst performances I can remember ever seeing in the VCS. And I'm including some of the OPG games in that. And they had a literal match fixer on them. So that was shocking. Sky. I'm not saying that's what Sky's doing. Of course not. But Sky Sky was awful.
Yeah, look.
That was awful.
I'm feeling some strong FTV vibes. Place back where he belongs on FTV, just under a different brand name. That's what it feels like to me.
I think Almine, honestly, I don't think Almine played badly. But what can he do? There's nothing he can do in that game. He had no agency.
There was not a lot anything. I mean, the core. There's no synergy, of course. There's no support jungle synergy. There's no jungle mid synergy, and these two in particular are crucial to trying to blow the game open. Like bot lane synergy is all good, fantastic and good, but that only gets you a lead in a 2v2. Realistically, you need the support. You need the jungle to break open the map, and Drakthar is just not with his team. He's like, we saw Glory try a play, and like it would have been a good play, but it just fell a little bit short on the ultimate. If he had knocked back Artifact, that would have been fantastic. 10 out of 10. Good job. You did a thing. Didn't work. There's nothing. I am so just disappointed.
Yeah.
I'm
There's
so
not a lot else to say. I mean, I will say I think Team Secret played well. They looked a lot better than expected. But it's hard to get an accurate judge of them because they were seemingly playing against babies. But I think with that, we will say good night. It was not the best second series. I got very upset. I apologize for that. But Sky, you need to do something about this because it's not good enough. It's not what I want to see. Anyway, here at VCS English, we will be saying good night. There'll be links in the chat if you want to support us. At the moment, all of our donations are going towards a Ukrainian charity for the month because we think that's an important thing to support. But yeah, subscriptions, all of that are really appreciated. We hope to see you back here tomorrow. Good night.